Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel Fanfiction podcast. Today we will be continuing our journey of what if Deku became a great scientist. Before we continue, please like, share, subscribe, and comment in the comment section if you want anything to be changed. CH59, Landfall Villains and Eggs. Hello. Egon answered his phone one day at the facility only to get the gargled and rapidly incoherent yelling of Hankoi. Whoa there, Hankoi. Calm down and just tell me what's happening. Egon had to shout back at him. The man took a deep breath on the other end to calm himself and then replied, "Oh, boy, where do I start? Okay, so it all began when we finally made landfall on Pacifica. Near the shoreline of Pacifica, the cargo ship that was carrying the NIP creatures was parked and ready to unload the many cages packaged aboard. However, they were told to wait on that since they got a call from their employer, Egon, telling them to wait until Hankoi had arrived after drifting off the Japanese shore. And so they waited for after making landfall on the island for about 3 hours. Captain, one of the crewmen asked the captain inside the control deck with the man looking through a pair of binoculars. Yes, Private, he asked back, nose deep in the papers. Is it just me or is there a building-sized spider floating towards us? The crewman asked. The captain put the paper down and moved out of his chair to look through the private binoculars. There he looked around the open ocean scenery and quickly spotted what the man was looking at. And so it was that he spotted the world's largest and ugliest-looking spider floating toward them on a raft made of webs. Soon the captain and the whole crew were on the port side of the boat and looking over in a mix of shock and horror as the creature began to paddle itself at a fast speed towards them with its many legs. Though before panic could settle and they saw something stand atop the creature and call out, "Ahoy over there." Dear God, the captain said to himself. Soon the spider came close to the ship and on its head was a scientist with 5 black tube-like structures coming out of his head. The captain knew this was the man they were supposed to be waiting for, but they didn't expect him to float into shore like this. Hankoi did a salute and asked permission to come aboard. Permission granted, the captain said back in a daze as the scientist jumped onto the ship's deck. How dash? The captain tried to ask. Water. Water now, Hankoi demanded with his hand out as one of the crewmen handed him a canteen that he snatched and drank dry. After sighing with relief from the drink, he babbled out, "Oh, thank you. You have no idea what I went through. I don't think I could drink from Ungoliant's fluid sacs another day longer." All the people on board looked at one another and the captain asked, "What?" "Desperate times call for desperate measures. Don't judge me," Hankoi snapped at the man. The captain looked over the man and saw he had been through quite a lot. He was sunburnt, his clothes had been stained by sea salt, his eyes sunken from lack of sleep, and his mouth covered in a green tinge and scales, no doubt from eating fish, but had no idea about the green color. "So this is the giant spider we were supposed to transport, but got held up due to its enclosure?" the captain asked. Hankoi changed this tune and happily told them, "Yep, this here is my pride and joy, Ungoliant. Isn't she beautiful?" The people on board looked over and saw the huge and disgusting creature as it opened its mouth at them in some form of a smile. This made the people shiver in disgust and the captain replied, "Yeah, sure. How did you survive?" "Well, I drank from Ungoliant's fluid sacs," Hankoi began. "We know. They all cut him off in sync." Hankoi frowned at them and continued, "And she also caught fish for me. Raw. Fish is a killer on my stomach." With that he releases a wet fart and blushes. "Well, we're glad to see you safe, Doctor," the captain told him as he rubbed the back of his head. Hankoi looked over the boat and saw the distance from where the ship was to the shore and asked, "So I guess you guys can't get any closer to shore?" The captain shook his head and informed him, "Not unless we want to get beached. Unloading all your creatures is gonna be a lot more time-consuming." Hankoi placed a hand to his chin, snapped his fingers, and called out, "Ungoliant, build us a dock, please." The giant spider did as she was told and leaped from her raft to the shore. Using her many legs and many large boulders by the shore, she used her black webs to start sticking them together. Within a few minutes, using the boulders as anchor points, she spun a huge dock made entirely from her webs. The dock was sturdy enough to walk on, strong enough to hold the huge cargo vessel, and large enough that Ungoliant could walk on it comfortably. Egon proudly displayed his spider's work and inquired, "How's this?" It should suffice, the captain said in shock and amazement as the rest of the crew all looked out with equal awe. Hanko then looked around the ship and asked the men, "By the way, where is Torchwick?" The captain wondered what he meant for a second, then realized what he was referring to, so he answered while pointing to the sky. "The dragon?" He broke out of his cage and started to fly around the boat as we traveled. "He's up above us now." Hanko used one of his tendrils to shade his face and look skywards and saw the huge shadow of Torchwick flying above them, looking quite happy at all the space and freedom he had to fly. And so Hanko, the cargo ship crew, and Ungoliant all aided in unloading the man cages of different creatures on the ship. Some of them were easier than most since all they had to do was release them into the open ocean, others were far harder. But thanks to Ungoliant, that would be a snap, since she could easily jump from one part of the island to the other where the creatures most suited to their most suited environments would go. Any animal released on the shore would have to be done so using the 420 piece-out splinter so none of them would get attacked. But before any of that, they first had to unload and take inventory of all the animals from the ship to the shore. While they were doing this, one of the crewmen saw what looked like a person beginning to come out from the thick forest brush closer to the island. The one person turned to 2, then 4, and 10, and more. So he called for the doctor and called, "Hey, doctor." Hanko, who was doing an inventory of the animals, turned his head as the crewman asked, "Didn't you say this island was uninhabited?" "Of course it is. There's nothing but plant life," Hanko confirmed. "Then who are they?" the crewman asked as he pointed to the group of people, now in the dozens running towards them. "Maybe they are friendly," Hanko optimistically offered as he saw the cargo ship crew begin to panic, only for a fireball to graze his head and hit the metal cage he was standing by. "Never mind, not friendly. Not friendly," Hanko screamed as they all started to run back to the ship with the hostile people screaming and chasing them. Long before they could catch up to them, Ungoliant jumped in between the massive army of violent people and screamed at them. The people, either crazy or desperate, did not halt the assault and began to attack the giant spider. Thought this wasn't a problem as the huge spider used her man legs, the mouth of many teeth, and thorax to pierce, crunch, and crush all the people. But even then they still tried to attack them and climb up the huge spider. From there the crewman and the scientist ran back to the ship where they began to run back and pull back the rampway. Once seemingly safe, the captain breathlessly asked, "Where are they all coming from? There's so many. We have more significant problems. Ungoliant is gonna get swarmed," Hanko yelled at him as they all looked over to see a seemingly never-ending swarm of people climb onto and attack the huge spider that was now begging to lose the battle. Fortunately for them, a secret weapon declined from the sky and Torch Wick soared down with a mighty roar. He breathes a weak flame on Ungoliant to remove the people on her, but keeping her unharmed. He then flew by the army of people and breathed out a straight line of flames across the sand. People got knocked away by the sheer pressure of the flames or engulfed and incinerated by them. Anyone still left over from that attack, and especially seeing the dragon, ran back into the forest where Torchwick landed and let out a bellowing roar towards the first, warning all the leftover people. Seeing their dire situation turn in their favor, relief washed over all of them and the captain exclaimed, "Thank God we have that dragon." When the coast was cleared, the ramp was lowered again and the crew made their way back to the island. Although they had more work to do, morbid curiosity took over them as they examined the men's corpses of their attacks lying all around the beach. Many of the crew got sick of the sight and either vomited or ran away. However, one person seemed very interested in one of them and kept staring at the corpse intensely. He then called out, "Hey wait, I know this guy." This got everyone's attention and they all came around the man as he explained to them, "I saw him on the news a few weeks ago. He was some big-time villain that finally got caught and was given a life sentence." Hanko took out his Pura pad, which he still had with him, and took a photo of the man's face. After running it through, he found out it was a newly incarcerated inmate. Hanko thought to himself for a minute, then began to run around to all the bodies and took pictures of the ones that still had intact faces. After running the faces through the Finder system, he found out one common thing amongst them all. So he announced it to all the people present. "Wait a second. All of these people are villains with life sentences or the death penalty. How'd they get here? Villains. On Pacifica. Egon yelled over the phone as Hankoyo finished his story. Yeah, Hankoyo exclaimed back. Why'd you wait so long to tell me? You've been there for several days, Egon practically yelled at the man. That's because something else happened. And there was no reception on Pacifica, Hankoyo told him. Egon slapped himself on the head in stupidity and said, Oh right. Go on. After we unloaded the animals and plants into their selected environments, we took a few days to rest, refuel the ship, and get the coordinates for home. In that time, not only did I take recordings and notes on the creatures acclimating to their new environments, Torchwick did something I didn't expect, he explained. Vaguely. What did he do? Egon prompted him further. That brings me to this question. Torchwick is a guy, right? Hankoyo inquired. Egon was silent for a moment before answering. We never determined that, but we called him a boy simply because it was easier. Why? 'Cause he laid eggs, a lot of them, and all over Pacifica, the man finally told him. Eggs? Egon repeated the word in surprise. Yeah, big ones too. I wanted to take a few samples home with me, but they hatched really fast. The man explained further. What came out? Egon prompted him. This is when Hankoyo sounded far more serious as he exclaimed. Dragons. Lots. And lots of dragons. And different ones too. All are designed to survive in several different locations. And if that wasn't enough, they were all born, grown. As in, small adults, Egon questioned. As in fully grown adults ready to take on the world and mate. Hankoyo corrected him. By the gods. I would have never guessed. Egon muttered to himself before sighing. And telling him, once we have an easier way to travel between Pacifica, we'll start to document them. I'll also be calling the Prime Minister about this. I'll get back to you with more info. After hanging up on him, Egon dials the number to the Prime Minister's office. After a bit of back and forth with her secretary, he's put on a brief hold where the woman herself picks up and answers cordially saying, Professor, to what do I owe the dash dot? But Egon cuts her off and firmly asks her, getting increasingly aggravated. Hey, Prime Minister, how are you? Great. That's great. Hey, speaking of talking, how about you talk of the reason there are criminals on my uninhabited and dangerous subcontinent? The woman was silent for a moment, then asked out of the blue, Professor Egon, do you know how many jails there are in Japan? 62, not counting everything for juveniles. Why is this relevant? Egon answers with ease and asks back, do you know how fast the crime rate shot up during the heyday of quirks? She inquires again. This time it takes Egon a minute to think, then tells her, 89%. Exactly. And those numbers aren't going any lower, the woman asserts to him. Maybe if you worked on restructuring Japan, maybe it would go down. Egon rolls his eyes and gripes to her. The Prime Minister goes silent for a moment, her irritation able to be felt through the phone lines as she says, ignoring what you said, the taxpayers and government of Japan can't continue to keep the already overstocked prisons in working order. And due to the law, we can only institute so many death penalties in a year. So this was the alternative. Sending them to an uninhabited island in the middle of the ocean was your alternative, Egon exclaimed to her. She says nothing to this, so Egon continues to chew her out. You do realize this brings up several ethical liabilities into play. You're not Great Britain dumping their prisoners in Australia, and not even bringing up the fact that Pacifica is not yours to do with. Technically speaking, it's not yours either. And don't call it abandonment. Call it relocation, she tells him with a sinister calmness in her tone. Egon groans loud enough for her to hear, and he shoots back in a deadly serious tone. Do you know what the press, let alone the world, would think if you were throwing inmates onto an island only to be killed by the environment and wildlife? And what if they escape or manage to tame some of the animals? Some are nice to humans. Do you know what the world would think of the alien you're trying to hide? The Prime Minister shot back at him, making the man nearly drop the phone from shock as he felt his sins crawl on his back. We all have our secrets, Professor. You said so yourself, she tells him with a chuckle in her throat. Gun goes from shock to repressed rage, and he resists the urge to hiss as he replies, Don't think I won't act on this. I'm sure you will. Have a good day, she tells him offhandedly while hanging up on him. Egon carefully placed the phone down and tried to calm his rising nerves. He punches his table hard enough to draw blood and knocks over the small stack of papers on his desk. After gaining control of himself, he picks up his other phone and dials a number. Hankoi picks up the call and answers with a confused, "Hello. Tell that spider you start the baby-making factory. We've got an island to purge," Egon yells through the phone lines. CH60, Robotics Log. Secret Creation. "Hello there, my name is Dr. Albert W. Wiley, an inventor here at the UGH, NEO, Icon Phoenix Research Facility, or NIP for short. I'm keeping this log secret from my employers. Now that I, the great Dr. Wiley, have gained access to a place such as this, I can finally begin my true purpose of continuing my robotics initiative. Ha ha ha. I hope no one hears me say that. Anyhow, this log must be done in absolute secret from my employers. They wouldn't understand my machinations. Development and progress must be made, under any circumstances, even to the detriment of the innocent. So to begin this experience, I must be able to cover my tracks. So will I work on the robot? On the side, I'll be working on something else to be used as a Trojan horse. I have all the planes set up. Now I only need to acquire a large enough chunk of the singularity soul, the very material used in skyrocketing this small operation into the forefront of scientific technology. My plan was successful, and I was able to procure a chunk of the singularity soul from my employers after showing them my further plan. They seem none the wiser. I must make this next part look good if I'm to succeed. Project Mono is underway. After 3 weeks of work, I have finally put my false machine together and have Project Mono nearly half done in its construction. I brought my take device to my employers to show off, and just like planned, the machine failed during the test. I have to say I put on a pretty good act, even when I went to retrieve the singularity soul and saw how it had unfortunately disintegrated. But that was simply a ruse, as I hid the singularity soul away in a secret compartment. Now, with it in hand, Project Mono can begin. After another 3 weeks of work, I've fished the frame, wiring, exoskeleton, and other basic mechanics. I just need to integrate weapons, AI, and a power source, one of which I have. This will truly be my greatest work yet, and I can finally stick it in the big fat nose of Dr. Light and that stupid robot he calls Mega Man. Bah! I have constructed and integrated all weapons into Project Mono, all of which are powered by their own specific splinter. Thanks to the Singularity Soul power Mono, it will also supercharge the splinters inside, bringing them to their full potential. During this process, I found out that to be able to have Mono do what I intend requires a large body. So I had to go back and supersize Mono from a mere 4 feet to well over 9 foot tall. From here on, I worked on the AI and downloaded it into its core processor. Afterward, I had the chassis and exterior armor pieces around it. All I have to do is wait until AI completes downloading and testing. Then I can add the power source. I've been found out. I should have expected it. Things were going well for me, too. Well, looking back on it, I made several slip-ups, but was never called out for it. I should have known they had this place decked out in every possible security and contingency. With what they are working with, they have to. I expected to be canned and Mono destroyed. I expected to have to go on the run once again. But this time I was different. Sure, I got my ear chewed off by Dr. Midoriya, but I kept my job and position, and Mono too. However, he was to be placed into immediate storage and containment. According to Dr. Midoriya, I made Mono far more powerful than I anticipated, and the AI wouldn't hold up in the long run. It would undoubtedly degrade, leading Mono to go mad. And from what I heard, I was looking to create something 10 times more powerful than All Might himself. So as of now, Project Mono is shelved. However, Dr. Midoriya allowed me to carry out my robot initiative, but this time, using blank splinters I needed to fill and make smaller, weaker, and far more manageable robots. I think I shall call this next project the Man series. In addition, Dr. Hatsum has asked for my aid in perfecting the assassin droids and creating new guards and battle droids, especially using the newly discovered and created ancient technology and weapons, courtesy of Dr. Pura and Robbie. This is truly a task worthy of my undertaking and skills. I think he called them the Valkyries. On a small side note, The reason for my naming of Project Mono was due to it meaning one or first, since Mono would have been the first and best of his kind. This is Dr. Wily signing off. End log. CH61. Resurrection is 2 parts to the key. What a long day. Sorry, you have to stay late with me, Eri. Egon apologized to the girl as he locked up the facility with Izuku for the night. It's okay, Egon. I like being here and with you, Eri told him with a smile as she sat in Izuku's arms. Professor. Professor, the voice of Chopper yelled from behind. Turning around, they saw the reindeer, in his heavy point, running towards them, with something in his arms and a wreck of a man trying to keep pace with him. The man was wearing a business suit that had been wrinkled and torn in several places, with a few bleeding cuts along his face and body. His eyes were wide and wild, filled with tears, and his breath carried anxiety. Chopper, I thought you went home already, Izuku asked him. We need help, Chopper exclaimed feverishly while running towards Egon. Help with what, oh my gods? What the hell happened? Egon yells as he looks down at the animal's arm. In the animal's arms was a little girl no older than Eri herself, but she was broken. Her eyes opened and glazed over, her body clearly with broken bones and an arm that was barely still attached, her mouth covered in blood. Seeing this, Izuku quickly covered Eri's eyes and turned away from them in order to not puke. There's no time, Chopper exclaimed. So Egon quickly unlocked the door and let everyone inside as they all ran to the medical wing that had been moved to the chemical division. Once there, Chopper placed the girl on the table and began to grab machines and different medical instruments and medicine. Once Egon got the machines hooked up and Chopper sloppily brought everything closer, he asked him, Okay, Chopper, now tell me what's going on. I was walking back home when I saw a car accident, and when I got close I saw that man clutching his daughter outside of the car. She wasn't moving and really injured. The nearest hospital is too far away. We have to help her, Chopper explained in a hurry as the man, the girl's father, stood by the side of the examination table and held her good arm. Egon gained his composure from the initial shock and took a closer look at the girl. In all the time she was here, she hadn't moved, spoke, or even blinked. He checked her pulse, heartbeat, and breath, then slowly turned to Chopper and told him, Chopper, she's dead. His eyes went wide and he rapidly barked at him in a tizzy. What? Then get the defibrillator, Narcan, and begin chest compressions. Chopper, Egon yelled as he clapped the reindeer's face between his hands, making him go silent as he said in a somber tone, She's gone. There is nothing we can do. Chopper pulled away, shook his head, and argued back. But there has to be. We're making leaps and bounds in technology and medicine here. I should know. I've nearly found a cure for cancer. We can't cure death, Chopper. I'm sorry, it's out of the question. Izuku jumped in, taking Chopper's hand and assuring him of the facts, making Chopper lean his head down and repress the urge to cry, while the man mourned his daughter. Even Egon and Izuku shed a few tears for the girl. So Egon took a white medical sheet and draped it over her body while closing her dead eyes. Not everything is out of the question, a voice said out of nowhere, causing everyone to jump as they turned to see an old scientist standing at the open doorway. Dr. Wily, all three of them said at the same time. What are you doing here? Izuku inquired. Were you still in the building? Egon questioned. Wily sighs and tells him, I lost track of time. But enough of that. I have the key to this predicament. This isn't a missing limb or a disease. She's dead, Egon exclaimed, getting tired of having to explain death. Not for long, he said as he pulled out a singularity soul fragment that was colored black with a white glowing bone-shaped pattern in the center. Is that? Chopper said in surprise. Upon seeing the fragment, Egon's face went pale and then red with anger as he yelled at him, Dr. Wily, what is wrong with you? I told you and everyone else to get rid of those splinters. But Wily ground his teeth and narrowed his eyes and he yelled back at the man with a convicting finger, You're a fool, Professor Egon. Research is about studying and learning about all avenues, no matter what it is. Taken aback at first by his outburst, Egon centered himself and argued back. There should be common sense in discovery and creation. Otherwise, it's madness. The world is our oyster. We should find out and use everything we can no matter the power involved. Wily argues again. Egon grabs the fragment and waving it near the man's face, exclaims, "Power-like. This should never be in the hands of any mere mortal. It's not about if you can do it, but should you even try. Please," the father of the dead child yells in a desperate plea. Egon looks down at the fragment in his hands, back to the girl and her father, and back at the fragment once more. His morals and emotions fought against one another. He has the power to save an innocent person in his hands. If he had this power when his parents died, would he still use it despite all the what ifs? He clutched the fragment in his hand and made his decision. This time, and this time only, he said firmly while pointing his finger to Wiley, who only smiled wryly at him. Activating the fragment in his hand, he said to himself, "Please work." He then raised the fragment over his head and brought it down on the girl's body. A glow came upon her broken form, and in seconds all of her wounds, injuries, and blood stains disappeared like nothing. Chopper quickly rushed around as his body was repaired and hooked her up to several of the vital machines. Once turned on, the machines began to beep, much to the animal's surprise. "Heartbeat is back," he announced as he looked to the next monitor. "Pulse is back," he exclaimed as he looked at the last one. "Brain wave activity." He yelled in surprise and relief. The girl stirred and coughed a few times before weakly opening his eyes and asking, "D-Daddy?" The girl's father sobbed in happiness, and holding her in his arms he assured her, "Yes, yes, my Suki. Daddy is here." "It worked. It really, really worked," Izuku said in disbelief. "We raised the dead." Chopper, now in his brain point, said as he realized the gravity of the situation. "By the gods, what have we done?" Egon asked himself as he leaned against a wall, hand over his mouth in a form of shock and sickness. CH62, find an old friend. "What do you mean I can't have my daughter back?" the father yelled at Egon. "Sir, I dash dot." Egon tried to calm him. The father quickly grabbed Egon's collar and yelled at him while shaking violently and sobbing, "Give her back. Give her back, damn it. I nearly lost her and I'm not giving her up to you." With one quick motion, Egon slapped the man hard enough to knock him away and leave him lying on the floor, carefully tending to his raw face as he exclaimed, "Get a hold of yourself. We need to keep her in quarantine and under observation. For her and your safety." "Safety? She's fine," the father argued back while motioning with his hand. The two men were now on the opposite side of a soundproof one-way mirror, looking into a testing chamber that had been quickly outfitted to look like a little girl's room. The room had to be constructed in a hurry and overnight since the night before when the girl was brought back from the dead. The girl, Suki, was inside the chamber playing with dolls alongside Eri, happily and blissfully unaware of what transpired just hours ago. Egon rolls his eyes at his argument and tells him flatly, "She only looks fine. We don't know what's going on inside. For all we know, she could be possessed by a demon wearing her skin like a suit." "What?" the man exclaimed in a mix of shock and disbelief. "Sir, I've seen enough movies to know you should never fuck with resurrection. Unless you're a god, and I'm no god," Egon told the man, who just looked at him as if he were crazy. "Besides, for all we know, she could just be a zombie," Egon said while looking at the girl and shivering in fear. "Okay, now you're just being crazy," the man stated. After getting into his face, Egon leaned against the mirror and stated in a serious and uneasy tone, "I'm serious. That splinter we used, the quirk that was in it, we don't know all the ins and outs of it. For all we know, she's being kept in one piece by the energy in the quirk. She could be a rotten corpse on the inside. She could just be kept fresh until she rots." He turns to the now silent and pale man as he asks him, "Do you want that? To see her die again?" But slowly, the man looks away as he begins to tear up. "I know you're scared and want her back. But we have to cover our bases so when you bring her back she doesn't have any complications," Egon says to him in a calm tone while placing a hand on his shoulder. "I understand." The man finally relented. Egon patted his shoulder and told him nicely, "Please go home. We'll let you when we make progress. Besides, you should file a claim for that accident you had." The man nods and leaves the room with Chopper helping him back outside. Once gone, Izuku joins Egon in staring blankly at the little girl lost in a happy world. After a bit of silence, Izuku sighs deeply and says, "I feel bad for him. His kid dies, is brought back, and now he can't even be reassured by this fact by taking her home. Egon nods in agreement and babbles aloud. Too bad we can't find someone else who was affected by Victor's quirk. Then a thought crossed Izuku's mind, and turning to the man he asked, "Wait, didn't Victor say he had a friend that he used his quirk on when it appeared?" Realization dawned on him as well, and Egon turned to Izuku with a smile, asking, "Him, wanna go to Russia?" "Are you sure about this?" Izuku yelled over the wind pressure as he and Egon soared through the air in heavy winter clothing. "Of course I am. Why wouldn't I be?" Egon yelled back with a huge smile on his face as she looked over the horizon. "Oh, I don't know. Maybe because we're flying to Russia on a dragon," Izuku yelled back, motioning towards Torchwick, who they were riding on top of. In the time between not seeing Torchwick, not only had he and Ungoliant become the two apex predators of Pacifica, but he had also seemed to double in size. As of right now, if he was standing on his legs, he had grown to the same size as Abomination Overhaul, 150 feet. "It's faster than a commercial airline," Egon argued back. "So Ray, and nothing says friendly arrival like flying into a currently civil, war-stricken country on the back of the largest flying creature in recorded history." Izuku sassed back before looking behind him and asking, "By the way, why is Pura with us?" "Research. Different topic. Different place. Ancient tech," the woman told him, clothed in her own winter gear as she hugged Izuku from behind to hold steady. After about an hour of flying, Torchwick landed several dozen miles away from a small township that seemed to be nestled in the middle of nowhere. Climbing off the huge beat, Egon stated while looking at the settlement in the distance, "Well, this is the place. Victor's old village. We'll have to hoof it the rest of the way," Izuku said with a small sigh, knowing that coming into town on Dragon's Back could mean a not-so-warm welcome. "Good to hear. Meet you back at this spot during sundown," Pura asked the two men as they both nodded. Giving them both a smile and peace-out hand sign, she said, "Click snap." With that, Torchwick spread his wings and launched himself into the air and flew over the horizon in just seconds. Egon then took a small metal cube from his pocket and pressed a button on it. He threw it a good distance from himself and watched as it swiftly turned into a two-person snowmobile. He smiled with a chuckle and shook his head as he said, "Sometimes I love Hatsum and his crazy ideas." The two scientists climbed onto the machine and drove it into town. Within a few minutes, they made it to the township and parked their vehicle. From the air, the area did not look big, but once on ground level, it was truly a matter of perspective. Despite its relatively smaller size, the place was packed with so many people. Feeling stressed by this sight already, Izuku stressed, "Man, this place is huge. How are we gonna find Anna?" "Anya," Egon corrected him. They both looked around for a while until something caught Egon's eye and he asked his prostate, "Izuku, what do people normally do in environments when the cold is near year-round?" "Drink," Izuku jokingly offered. "Then I think we've got just the place to start our investigation." Egon turned the boys' head to a bar. Once they made their way inside, they noticed how overpacked it was. It would be impossible to ask everyone where they could find one person. There was live music playing and Egon got an idea. Walking up, he shooed the singer aside and tapped the mic, getting everyone's attention as the music died down. Clearing his throat, he said, "Attention, attention everyone. So sorry to disturb your drinks, but we are looking for Enya Agapov." Suddenly a very obese woman came to the raised stage and asked back in a skeptical tone, "Who wants to know?" "Someone who knows the friend who saved her." "Victor Petrov," Egon said, through the mic, making everyone's eyes widen and the atmosphere grows even more heavy. The woman swallowed and then told him, "Come with me." Egon and Izuku shrugged at one another, but followed the woman as they kept their hands on the splinters in their pockets. Leading them out of the bar, the woman brought them to a small home on the east side of the town. She unlocks the door and waves the two men in. Once inside, she takes off her coat, as do the men, and then sits them down at a table while going into the kitchen. After a minute, she brings out a tray of some kind of hot beverage where Izuku looks unsure of tasting. Egon takes the first sip, and after swallowing, he assures him it is safe and non-alcoholic. After the large woman takes her drink, she prepares to sit down in the small chair as Egon asks her, "Thank you for your hospitality. But do you know Anya Agapov?" "Hi. I know her very well. Since I am here," she tells him as her massive body Weight disappears and she sits in the chair as a petite woman. So you know about Victor, how is he? Safe. Healthy, she inquired. Izuku and Egon knew this would come up, and Ego decided to be the bearer of bad news as he told her in simple terms, dead. He is. Well now. He finally found a way, she said with a distant and sad look in her eyes. I hope he's at peace. But why are you here? She asked the men while taking a sip of her drink. Several weeks ago your old friend came to our facility in Japan. Izuku began to explain. I could tell you were foreign, Anaya inferred. He begged us for help. He wanted us to do the impossible. Izuku continued, grabbing the woman's attention at the vagueness. To remove his quirk, he finally admitted. Her eyes went wide and in a calm tone she shakily asked, Did you? We did, but that's how he died. We threw the machine together for quirk extraction overnight. There was a chance it wouldn't work or it would just kill him. But it did work and he died in the end. Egon explained in depth. Looking into her cup, she asked them, what were his final words? Thanks, self-acceptance, peace. He passes with a smile on his face. If we had more time and weren't going to have our doors knocked down by another government, we would have done everything in our power to keep him alive. Izuku assured her, making the woman wipe tears from her face. Thank you for giving him peace, she told them in a shaky tone. After sniffling back her emotions and drying her eyes, she breathed deep and inquired, Did you come to Russia just to tell me? Izuku shook his head and explained to her. No, you see we have these things called splinters and you can put just about anything into them. And one of them held Victor's quirk. We tried to destroy that splinter, knowing it shouldn't be in mortal hands. But one of our scientists kept a fragment and we used it to bring a recently deceased girl back to life. The sound of this made Anya's ear perk up as she saw the young teen plead with her. Anya, you're the only other person in the world who was revived by his quirk. We don't know what side effects come from revival from the dead. We were afraid she is simply a ticking time bomb, living as a zombie until necrosis takes over. But here you are, alive and very much not a zombie, Egon stated, making Izuku hit him with his elbow. Anya looked off to the side, stewing in her thoughts until she asked them, how long was it until she was brought back to life? Both scientists whispered to one another before Izuku answered, a little under an hour. I was dead for only a minute, Anya told them. Can you tell us what you've experienced since your revival? Any physical, emotional, or mental changes? Anything at all, even if it's so insignificant it seems. Silly, Egon asked the woman as he took out his pad with Izuku to take notes. Anya took a moment to collect her thoughts and then explained to them. Not much. I sometimes lose the sensation in my fingers and toes like I'm going numb, or experiencing frostbite when I'm not. I get dizzy very easily so I can't drive. And I get flashes of when I died, brief but very vivid. I've learned to cope. Anything else? Izuku prompted. Anya taps her chin and then explains with a bit of embarrassment. Certain things trigger my flashes. For instance, I can't look at Borscht without seeing myself smeared on the payment. After typing this last bit of info down, both men finish their drinks and stand up, while bowing to the woman as Izuku said to her, Thank you, Anya. You have no idea how much you've helped us. Anya nods and says back with a sad smile, Thank you for giving me closure on my friend. Can I take her back? Really? The father of Suki hopefully asked Egon with tears in his eyes. Egon smiled with a nod, then told him in a firm tone, Yes, but if any complications arise, I want you to come back ASAP. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The man thanked the scientist while bowing on his knees. Just be sure to keep an eye out for these side effects. If anything else is out of the ordinary, call me and bring her back. Egon doubled down while pulling the man back to his feet. I will, the man said with a happy, tearful smile. Just before the man could run into the testing chamber to be reunited with his daughter, Egon shouted out to him, and this goes without saying, but don't tell a living soul about this. Even if I did, I don't think anyone would believe me. The man called back. Ego shook his head with a sigh and muttered under his breath, Oh, you'd be surprised who's listening. You wanted to see me? Wiley asked as he poked his head into Egon's office, an obvious fake smile on his face. Egon wasn't buying it for a moment and sitting in his chair with fingers laced. He waved him in while saying, You know why you're here, correct, Wiley? Wiley stepped into the room, dropping the facade, and smiled wryly at him while saying, "Of course I do." "Ah, but for which of the two reasons?" Egon narrows his eyes as he pets Pete, who is sitting on his lap, like a cliché villain, telling him, Izuku had known about the robot initiative and project Mono since its inception. We allowed you to go through with it to see what you'd do, and we stopped you before you went too far. Despite being so newly constructed, I didn't give you enough credit. For that, I apologize, Wiley says with a bow while taking a seat across from him. Even though he didn't show it, for the first time since getting his overinflated ego, he felt small in the sight of the man before him. But keeping the resurrection splinter was something I didn't expect, Egon exclaimed before taking a breath and telling him, now I should be mad in you, and I want to be more than anything. But I've had time to think, and I've come to realize that maybe you are right, Wiley. This made the old man raise his eyebrow, in curiosity as the man continued, if something can be easily controlled in an environment, why shouldn't we try and study it? Wiley smiled and told him with a sneaky tone, I'm glad you see things my way. Prepare you to have a bit of me in you. Don't push it, Egon warned him as a tack mark appeared on his head, saying that, I've come to realize that the world is full of many what-ifs. At some point, someone could find another power similar or gain control over the one we have. If that happens and we have no knowledge of it, how are we to react and use contingency plans? How can we staunch the bleeding before it gets out of hand? He admitted with a stressed expression. So what are you saying? Wiley asked him, not fully understanding. I'm saying this, Egon told him as he reached into his pocket and slid the resurrection fragment towards him. Wiley carefully and cautiously took the source of power between life and death. As Egon continued, I want you to test this power in every ethical means you can. Find all its ins and outs. See what makes it tick. See what it can and can't do and how far you can stretch it. Ask for anything you need to accomplish this. Bones, cadavers, DNA samples, whatever. Wiley smiled and taking a deep bow he replied, by your order, it will be done. Making Egon roll his eyes as Pete honked at him. After quickly calming the bird down, Egon tells him, Dr. Izuku will also be accompanying you on these experiments, and please, one at a time. The last thing we need is a zombie apocalypse, making both men shiver at the thought. Shaking the fear from his head, Wiley said back, that's fair. Though if I'm being honest, I'm surprised by your actions. I would have thought you'd ken me. Egon glared at him, then admitted, you're a madman, Wiley, but smart. I can't let you run wild or into someone else's hands. I see you're worth tenfold. This statement surprised him and sent a ping of happiness and pride swelling up in him. For the single praise. That does bring me to my other point, Egon stated vaguely, making the old man come closer in curiosity. Don't do something like this again. Got it? Egon warned him as Wiley bowed. And this goes without saying, but everything that happened between you, me, Izuku, and Chopper stays between us. Egon left him with that, making the man smile and nod as he left the room to begin plans on his new round of creations and experiments. CH-63, location, station, teleportation. Hankoi, Egon yelled. Ha! What? Hankoi yelled in surprise as he woke from a startle at his desk, covered in papers, and falling from his seat. Egon helps the frazzled man back to his feet and tells him in a worried tone, Geez. I'm glad to see you so invested in your work, but please be sure to rest. You were out at sea for days on end, back and forth I might add, and did not take to it well, from what I hear. Hankoi yawned after staying at the office for another all-nighter and apologetically replied, Sorry, but I'd just really like to get instant transportation to and from Pacifica. We could do so much if we did. You want to visit that spider of yours. So what have you got? Egon inquired, with a knowing look, making the man blush and pout. Looking through his files and notes, Hankoi told him, Well, recently I found a person with a unique teleportation quirk and managed to get a DNA sample and put it into a splinter. I think that blonde dude called it the flying Raijin. Anyway, there's just one problem with it. This intrigued Egon and he gave the man his full attention. Its activation requires electricity, and since the human body only produces so little, the range is only a few feet. Great for combat, but not for long. Distance travel. I need a super powerful electricity quirk to increase its range. But where to find one is the problem. Any current electricity hero doesn't have enough juice. Hanko complained while pulling at his head tendrils. Egon put a hand to his chin in thought, then offered. I heard that one of the UA students of Class 1A has a person with an electric quirk so powerful it damages his brain. That's not healthy, but sounds exactly what I need, Hanko exclaimed. I'll see if someone can convince him to donate. Egon tells him, and just as he's about to leave the room, he trunks back for a moment and asks while pointing to a jar on an open table. By the way, what are these? They look like leeches. Oh, didn't I tell you? Hanko asks as Egon suspiciously shakes his head. Well, they came from Ungoliant. Like out of her paws. I'm not entirely sure what they are myself, but they seem to be sentient flesh pads. Almost parasitic in nature, he explained while holding the glass jar up to him. As he stated, filling the jar was a black liquid that squirmed like worms piled on top of each other. The black creatures inside looked like leeches, but that's where the similarities seemed to end. They were much different and held this aura of primal discomfort. Egon shuddered as he looked at them and inquired, so like Staro's copies? Sorta, but I have no idea what their purpose is, Hanko told him while placing the jar back on the table. And you put them in this test tube jar, why? Egon asked while moving away from the jar, noting how it did not have a top. They are not strong or anything, just weird. I could put them in a paper box and they couldn't escape, Hanko said nonchalantly as he continued his work. Egon shook his head, trying to suss out his nerves, and firmly told him, just make sure you lock these things up. Gods forbid someone does something stupid like PSH, swallow them. Hanko snorts and agrees. Yeah, I would not want to see the end result of that. Have you seen him yet? You sure this is the right spot? Otto asked as he and his partner were out and about looking through the many lines of students that passed by them. Nope, not yet. And keep looking. This is one of only 2 routes that UA students take to get to the school, Pura affirms to him, carrying the octopus in an aquatic pack with her goggles down and scanning the whole area. Fine. But one more question, Otto inquired while putting his own binoculars away. Why the hell did you bring me along? He yelled at the woman while slapping her head. 'Cause nothing grabs a person's attention than a talking animal, she told him, looking back with an overexcited smile. Then why didn't you take bird brains? She talks, and doesn't die at the pinnacle of summer, Otto complained. You're in a fishbowl. You're fine, Pura tells him while scanning the area. Until it gets too warm. The ocean is cold. Otto continues to complain as he rolls his eyes while tapping his tentacles impatiently. Shut up for a second, Pura exclaimed as she put a hand on where she assumed his mouth was, earning her a glare. After looking through the high-tech goggles, she saw the face of Denki Kaminari walking by himself and exclaimed, It's him. Okay, so I suggest we dash. Otto began to rant about, pulling out an organized plan for how to approach this, only to look back and realize that Pura had placed his mobile fish bowl on the ground as he stated, and she's gone. Kamino was walking to school in a blissful state of mind on the same street he always does, until he came across something that changed how his day would go. Hey, you, with electric hair, he heard a voice calling from up the street, only to see an unexpectedly beautiful woman running towards him. He looked around, pointed to himself, and the woman confirmed, Yeah, you, with blonde hair. I need your body fluids. Kaminair screamed and ran in the opposite direction with all his might. Hey, wait, don't run, Pura called after him. Pura, Otto yelled at her as he hopped toward her within his fish bowl. Keep up, Otto, Pura yelled back at him as she engaged in a chase for the teen. Otto sighed as he stopped hopping in pursuit, took out the backpack attachment, and rifles through it while saying, Glad I brought my kinky boots. Oh man. Otto complained as he pulled out a pair of gaudy red thigh-high heels instead of the running shoes he thought he packed. He slipped 4 tentacles into each shoe, secured the fishbowl to his head, and began to run down the street in hot pursuit of the woman chasing the teen. As Kaminair ran, he pulled out his phone and quickly dialed a number. He begged in silence for them to pick up, and a female voice accepted the call, answering. Hello. Mina, Kaname shouted through the phone. Is it that time of the month already? Mina asked back. Kaminair rapidly shook his head and exclaimed. No, listen. As I was walking to school, some crazy hot white-haired busty babe with a rocking body was chasing me down the street and trying to get my bodily fluids. Wait a second. Yeah, dude. I'm even wondering what you're thinking, Mina told him with a chuckle as she hung up on him. Kaminari put the phone away, stopped, turned around with his arms open, and embraced his fate. At that moment, Pura jumped him or ran into him and the two tumbled to the ground. Kamani was enjoying every second of this, and even more. So when Pura leaned up, sitting on his stomach and giving him a full up-close view of her physique. Gotcha, she said breathlessly with her face red and glass tilting off her face, making Kamiya smile and blush red. Now don't worry. This won't hurt a bit, she told him as her pink lips came close to his face, her hot breath beating down on him as he vibrated with excitement. I'm ready, he said in the smallest voice as he closed his eyes. All done, Pura said with a cheerful tone, holding up a syringe filled with the teen's blood. Kaminari opened his eyes and blinked in confusion as he asked, Already? Yep. Oh, and here's your reward, she said in a sing-song voice before kissing the tip of her finger and touching the teen on his nose. Clink snap, she posed while getting off of him, only to immediately meet up with Otto, who finally caught up to. Huh. I got the sample, Otto, Pura said in a cheerful tone while looking down and complimenting nice kinky boots, making the octopus sigh as they both walked away, leaving Kaminari on the ground, very confused. He quickly pulled out his phone, without looking as he dialed, and once it was answered, Kaminari immediately asked, Mina, can I ask you about sex? The girl droned out. Thank you so much, Pura. You have no idea what you've done. Now I just gotta make a bunch of these and I can finally put it into the experimental phase. Hankoi praised and hugged the women, taking the blood and running off to begin. So how'd you even manage to get her a sample from the kid? Egon questioned her as he sipped his coffee. I have my ways, Pura said in a smug tone as she tilted her glasses, letting Sheen go over them. Suddenly Egon's phone went off, and picking it up he didn't have a chance to answer as Nezu quickly asked on the other end, Professor, why did I just get news of one of your employees chasing down one of my students and asking for his body fluids? Egon's eyes went wide as he told him in a quick yet calm tone before hanging up on him, I have no idea what you're talking about. Goodbye. Izuku, who was standing by the man and heard the conversation, yelled at the woman the moment the call dropped. Pura. What? She complained back. CH64, final product. Ladies and gentlemen, animals of all ages, welcome to the dash dot, Hankoi began, until he was cut off. Stop with the theatrics and get on with it. Cluck yelled at him, pecking at a bran muffin. Hankoi glared at the bird and went back to his theatrics while exclaiming as he pulled a sheet of an object. May I present to you the world's first teleportation device I call the warp pad. With one swift pull, he revealed what looked like a small raised stage made of a clear crystal with a unique cut at the sides and a flat smooth fish at the top, made into a circle and very large in width. Everyone ogled at this and clapped for him. When the applause died down, he finished up by saying, with this device, you can travel to any point in the world in a flash. What's the downside? Cluck interjected with a skeptical stare. There has to be another warp pad in the spot you want to go to, and you have to know where you want to go, Hankoi admitted. So all we have to do is place these everywhere. Cluck continued to vex him. For now I was hoping just here, the new facility, and Pacifica, Hankoi inferred. Hoping to see your pet more often, Cluck said in a knowing tone. Don't mock me. And besides, she's my friend, Hankoi defended himself with his arms crossed as he refused to look at the bird. Be nice, Cluck. Despite the intention behind the creation, Hankoi should be credited for actually creating the very first teleporter. Egon told them both as he clapped Hankor on the shoulder in praise. Feeling more comfortable and less embarrassed, Hankor explained in detail. The wrap pads also use a harmonic frequency to determine where one needs to go. Hook a frequency to a pad and it will take you there and only there. Then wouldn't that mean you'd need several of them just to get to different places? Just for where we'd need to go, we'd need at least 3 per area. Izuku asks him, doing the math in his head. Hankoi gives a knowing look and explains, that's why I have separated them into 2 separate kinds of wrap pads. The warp pad hub and the regular warp pads. The hub is synchronized with many harmonic frequencies to take you to any place that has a pad, and the regular pads act as receivers and can only send you to the hub. And if two people try to use the hub pad to go to two different places, Cluck asks, they'll cancel out, Hankoyo answers. And if someone tries to use a hub pad and a receiver at the same time, again they'll cancel out, and I made this device that allows you to see who's trying to use what if they do. You've really thought of everything, haven't you? Izuku said in praise, making the man smile and his head tubes wiggle from it. I like to cover all my bases, the man stated with a proud look. And the downside to these warp pads, Cluck interjected. They are delicate. If they break, then I put in a failsafe so they won't work. Hankor explained, leading to a sigh of relief from everyone present. Then a thought crossed Izuku's mind and he questioned, what happens if you do use them while broken? Hankoi looks off to the side and sucks air between his teeth as he tells him, you don't want to know. Trust me. Thus sensing a wave of discomfort from everyone. Hearing this, before the already thick and heavy atmosphere could get any worse, Egon's phone rang, and looking at the caller ID he excused himself saying, once secretary. Hello. Egon quickly walked out of the room for several minutes, leaving the scientist to converse and ask more questions about the invention. When he came back, Egon told his crew, so the principal of UA wants us to help in the making of the sports festival. That's incredible, Hatsum exclaimed in excitement, leading to everyone else thinking much the same. And I got a call from I-Island. One of the head scientists, a guy by the name of David Shields, wants his daughter to intern with us. Egon casually added. I-Island. Honey Lemon babbled with surprise before she passed out on the floor. Ari looked at the downed woman and asked, do we need to get the defibrillator for her? I don't think so, that's just a me thing, Egon assured her before going into serious leader mode and telling them, okay, the first order of action, someone wake her up. Second order, Hankor and Cluck will travel to Pacifica to set up a warp pad there and connect it to the one here. Use the robots to construct a defensive perimeter so any villains on the island can't easily escape. Why do I have to go? Cluck complained. 'Cause you seem to be the one most interested in this project besides its maker. Egon shot back at her with a sleazy look, making the chicken grumble to herself. And third order, I will see what exactly the principal needs from us and from there I will task every one of you with something, he told them. Yes, sir. They all spoke in unison. Then let's move, he exclaimed as all of them diverted to their divisions and jobs. Egon looked around the room and caught sight of Izuku staring blankly outside the window. He stood next to the boy and breaking the silence told him, you know, Izuku, if you don't want to be a part of the sports festival you don't have to. I understand you're still not 100% on heroes, even if you do want to help make their jobs easier. Izuku sighs deeply and then tells him with a dismissive tone, it's fine, it's fine. Really, I need to do this so I can prove to myself I'm past it. My therapist said I needed to do something like this anyway. She said I'm progressing nicely, so this is the next step. If you're okay with it, then I'll believe you. Just let me know if it becomes too much, Egon says with a small inward sigh while patting his shoulder. He stumbled for a moment then finally told the boy, just to let you know, they also offered us VIP seating for the event. Of course, they did. Izuku deadpans. Do you want to come? Egon offers as kindly as he can. Izuku takes a more assured Saiyan position as he states, you know what? Screw it, why not? It'll be a good opportunity to scope out future employees. CH-65, old wound come back from the grave. I am here, All Might announced boldly as he struck a pose and landed in the center of the highly protected remains of the NIP facility building, only to be greeted by several dozen guns pointed in his face, and in dire need of a new pair of pants, the man's body stated while sweating. As he was held at gunpoint by all the government section guards, Egon came out, with a very strange device in hand. He held the machine all over All Might's body, and it made several strange and alien noises before flashing green. He put the device away in his coat and announced, stand down everyone, here's the real deal. As the many guards put their weapons down and walked away, All Might turned to the man and told him, why wouldn't I be the real deal? I'm All Might, and a person in a world where 1,000 different shape-shifting in body altering superpowers exist. Egon huffed back in exasperation. All Might's sweat dropped and stated, "You've got a point." Egon glared up at the man and told him, "I don't have any business with UA or Nezu at the moment, so you're here for pleasure instead of business. So what do you want?" An in-depth quirk evaluation and testing that you can actually do. A new upgrade to your surprisingly intact suit. Some support gear your school can't handle due to the nature of your quirk. A tour of our nearly broken down facility. Well, All Might droned out. This caused Egon to grow extremely impatient as he snapped his fingers and told him, "Come on man, I'm very busy and don't have all day." All Might put his hands up in defense and stated, All right. Sheesh. I heard about your battle and victory over the Yakuza. I want to congratulate and apologize for my absence." Egon put on a neutral expression as he told him, "Well, the Heroes Association didn't do squat when I told them, so there was no way for you to know. Plus, you were on the opposite side of Japan that day." Still All Might argued, still feeling guilty. But he didn't get a chance to continue with his apology as he saw a strange creature trying to sneak away. Pointing it out, she asked, "What is that thing?" Egon turned around, saw the creature, put in an annoyed expression, and gripped. "Oh darn it." Pulling out a walkie-talkie, he spoke into it. He got out again. Within seconds, several robots came out of nowhere and grabbed the strange creature, pulling it away to somewhere as it made strange elk noises of fear and desperation. The last thing All Might saw before it disappeared was a face that vaguely resembled a human mixed with some kind of antelope. As he saw this happen, All Might pointed to the scene and said, Not important." "Anything else?" Egon waved off his question. "I heard that one of your employees is a big fan of mine. So, I decide to come in the flesh," All Might told him excitedly. Egon's face fell at that statement, and while trying to hide his stress he pushed on the man's back and stated, "Well that's great. See why?" All Might moved around the man and asked him, "Well, at least give them my autograph. You can have one too. They're worth a whole bunch on the web." Egon deadpans an expression at him then says, "All Might, I've made so much money from blood alone that your autograph is pocket change for me. And trust me when I say I have more than enough." "Thanks." All Might's sweat drops at this then offers, "Well, at least give this to my fan." At this point, Egon finally loses his cool and yells at him, "No, why can't you read in between the lines? Besides, he's already got one and you failed him." "What?" All Might exclaimed in shock. Panicking for a moment at the confession, Egon quickly pushes on the man's back and demands, "Get out." Somehow this managed to work and the huge man finally bounced away. Egon huffs in a mix of exasperation and relief. Stomping back into the building he gripes, "Geez, what a blowhard. I can't understand why people like that smooth-brained mass of meat. Because people are stupid and horny," Megan, who saw the whole exchange, told him as Josie giggled. "That makes sense," Egon agrees with a groan. From here, Egon makes his way to Izuku's office. Knowing him, he already knew All Might was here even if he came in like a normal person. Getting to his office door, he knocked a few times before finally opening it and poking his head inside. "Hey Izuku, you're holding up okay?" he asked as he looked around the seemingly empty room. He stepped in and looked around before seeing the swivel chair with its back turned to him. He stepped to the other side and saw the boy huddle on the seat in a fetal position. He wasn't crying or shaking, just huddled into himself like a turtle, which Egon couldn't tell was good or bad. "Izuku?" he carefully asked in a light tone. "I guess," he mumbled between his legs. "You guess," Egon prompted him. Izuku quickly unraveled himself as he let his body go splayed over the chair as he complained, "I don't know. I thought I was over it by now. Thought I was past it. Oh, guess I was wrong." Egon crouched next to him and patted his shoulder as he told him, "Izuku, you can't expect yourself to be better overnight. Everyone handles their emotions and trauma differently. It takes time and you're still young." Izuku wipes his face under his glasses and sighs loudly and in a tired exaggeration. As he says, "I wish I could just use a splinter to make it go away." "Technically we could do that, but it's not healthy." Egon dismissed the thought as Izuku curled his legs back to his chest. Egon sighs softly and offers, "Like I keep saying, You don't have to go to the sports festival. Knowing them, All Might is gonna be the main man and center of attention. Izuku takes a deep and calming breath as he looks at his mentor and tells him, I can handle it. Thanks for covering for me. Egon smiles while ruffling his hair and says back, no problem. I just wish you had some more healthy relationships, like kids your age. I have Chopper, Izuku offered with a bit more pep in his voice. Yeah, but his, Egon trailed off while shifting his gaze. An intelligent animal, Izuku offered. I was thinking emergency food, but let's go with yours, Egon corrected him as. The teen just gave him a half-lidded glare. CH66, a new friend? It's nice to finally meet you, Dr. Shield. I have to say I'm quite excited to have such an esteemed scientific creator in my office. I hope your trip wasn't too bad. Getting here, Egon greeted the man sitting in his office, trying to hide the excitement on his face. David, in much the same way, also tried to hide his excitement as he greeted back. I'm honestly excited to meet you, Professor Cristallo. You and your ward have made quite a splash in the scientific community, and the plane ride was fine. Getting into this facility was the hard part. Egon rubs the back of his head and apologizes. Sorry about that. Needed measures. And all. David put on a worried expression and said back, I heard about the attack. I'm sorry to hear everything and see it in person. The reporters really don't do it justice. Egon waved off his apology and assured him, it's fine, we lived, we won. The only thing to do next is to get better and rebuild. David smiled and praised him. That's a nice outlook on it. Egon then took a look at a pile of papers on his desk and asked the man, so your daughter, Melissa, wants to intern here? Exactly, David confirmed. Is this what she wants? Egon asked with skepticism. Of course, why would you ask that? David inquired back with equal confusion. No offense, David, but I've seen highbrow parents like you try and force your kids into the same path they took. You know what happened to their kids? Egon asks him bluntly as David shakes his head. Egon then lists off and states in a straightforward manner, the few that didn't come out as exact copies of their parents ended up dead, broke, homeless, on drugs or cut ties. I want to break the cycle before the already declining population declines any further. David's sweat drops, understanding his concerns, and assuring him, I can assure you my daughter is true to her intentions and interests. I tried to get her to like or try other things, but she always insists on being in the lab. Egon sighs in relief and replies, well, that's good to hear. I'm sure you know we have dorms being built in our new building, and it won't be ready for a while. So I hope she has a place to stay. Already taken care of, David tells him. Egon smiles with a sparkle as he brings up, super. With all the paperwork you have in order, I see no other reason to stall other than knowing if she'll get along with the others. Melissa is a sweet girl. She'll get along with anyone. David waves off his concerns. I hope. My staff is a bit quirky, Egon states as he looks off to the side, reminding himself of their behavior. Before that, can I ask you for a favor? David inquired with an air of uncertainty. No, Egon bluntly says. You didn't even hear what I wanted, David argued. The way you said it makes me know it'll be something I'll end up saying no to in the end, Egon argues back. At least give me a chance, David begged him. Egon gave a long sigh and then twirled his wrist as he told him, fine, let me hear it. I would like your permission to take a small research squad to Pacifica to study its flora and fauna. David asked him with an excited expression on his face. No, Egon once again bluntly told him, not missing a second after he was asked. You didn't even think about it, David points out. Egon slaps his face and then explains to the man. I don't have to, and the answer is no. Pacifica is dangerous with a capital big. If the flora doesn't poison, strangle, or chew you up, then the fauna will kill you for just looking at them funny without a moment of hesitation. And that's just the herbivorous. Plus, the dragon we sent. They originally just gave birth to several hundred smaller dragons all across the island, and the copious amount of life sentence and death row inmate villains from Japan and the rest of the dang world on the island. Wait, I thought it was just criminals from Japan, David inquired in confusion and concern. Egon rolls his eyes while explaining further. Other countries caught wind and decided to subvert their prison problems by taking a page out of Japan's book. I'm Sorry, but until we set up a base camp and fix several issues, the answer is no. I won't have you throw away the lives of scientists who can't even defend themselves. Don't you think you're being a bit pessimistic? David argued while putting a small space between his index finger and thumb. Egon gives him a deadpan expression as he states, Shield, I'm a wimp, you're a wimp, literally, everyone in our field is a wimp. And you want to send them to what is essentially Death Island. Okay, good point. David finally relented. Plus they'd never even find solace in the caves due to the giant spiders and the new cave trolls we placed there, Egon added casually. David just stared at him like he had just grown another head and asked in a low tone, the what? Izuku was sitting at his desk, nose deep in writing something out at a breakneck pace. He was so focused that he didn't hear his door open or when a person walked right up to his desk. They stood there for a solid minute, and Izuku still didn't notice them. Finally, Izuku broke out of his mojo when the person said, Hi there. Izuku shifted only his eyes to be surprised by the sight of a pretty blonde girl he had never seen before but quickly realized who it was as he stammered out. Girl. That girl Hi. I mean, you must be Izuku no. I mean you green and I'm Shield and Dash. No. He froze up as the girl's unchanging expression continued to stare at him until he flopped face first on his desk and moaned. Please. Kill me. You're funny. The girl giggles as Izuku turns red. So you already know me? The girl inquired, earning a nod from Izuku. So I don't have to tell you I'm Melissa. Shield, she asked further, getting a head shake. And you are, she finally asked. Him. Izuku tried to open his mouth on the desk, but no words would come out no matter what he tried, until a certain robotic-sounding female voice clucked. His name is Dr. Izuku Midoriya and has never met another woman besides his mom. Izuku shot up his head and yelled, Dr. Orpington. The chicken doctor, standing in the open doorway on her mobile cat, drank from her coffee mug and stated nonchalantly, You're gonna frighten her off or lose your only chance at a normal healthy friendship. Better just to get it out in the open. You'll thank me later. Thank you, Izuku yelled. You're welcome, Cluck said cheerfully as she left, leaving an embarrassed and flustered Izuku behind. After an awkward moment of silence, Melissa broke the ice and said, So, talking. Chicken. Getting her to shut up is the issue. Izuku gripes, his face still red. I heard your employees are quirky, she observes. That's a nice way of putting it. Izuku agrees while looking off to the side. But don't worry, I don't have much experience with boys apart from my dad. Melissa assures him with a chuckle, making the teen blush again. She then walked to the door and standing at the doorway while looking back she asked, So, Will, you show me around. Even if it is smaller, I get lost easily. Sure. Izuku agreed, feeling a ping of new feel well up in his chest. Izuku and Melissa then went around the remainder of the facility where the green teen showed her to every one of the rooms and divisions, explaining each one with minor detail in order not to stay in one place for too long. He even introduced her to all of the staff, allowing them to get acquainted. Then they made their way to the animal division where Izuku would get embarrassed for the second time today. And this room Izuku began as he showed her the new room, is where Dr. Midoriya comes to cry. Otto, who was sitting in the room, said, with a smug tone. Even though Izuku was red in the face, he didn't react like he normally does and instead very calmly corrected in a threatening tone. Actually, it's where we prepare the octopus fritters, Professor Cheplode. Otto just shrugged as he dipped his coffee as Melissa chuckled. Cluck put you up to this, didn't she, Izuku? Deadpans. Otto pulls out a bag of jumbo exotic shrimp and answers, Can't say no to good shrimp. Izuku sighs and then walks away from the room with Melissa in tow. You then bring the girl to the outside of the facility, where the only outdoor seating area remains. They both sit down to look at the view of the city that surrounds them, trying their best to ignore the many security guards littered all about the property. As they say in silence, Izuku decides to do something new for the first time in his life and talk to a girl, asking her, So, Melissa, why did you want to intern here? You live on Island. Your father is one of the head researchers. You have it all. Dad wanted me to try and build up myself through my achievements and not nepotism. And I want that too. I want to challenge myself, and Dad really thinks this is the right place to get my feet wet, she explained. Your dad must really love you, Izuku observed. He does, she agreed while placing a hand under her chin. As they continued to enjoy the silence between them, Melissa's eyes veered off and she asked, "Hey, what's that?" Izuku looked at what she was pointing to and saw Genus taking out Starro for his daily sunning. So he explained, "That's Starro. Between you and me, he's an alien, and a little finicky around new people." "No way," Melissa exclaimed in shock as her eyes held the sparkle of wonder. After this, they went back inside where they passed by the creature division to meet Gammoth. Along the way through the large creature section, Melissa came upon a strange creature that poked its head out of a paddock and inquired, "What's that thing?" Izuku turned his head and instantly went pale as she saw what he was referring to. That wasn't one of the things he was ready to show, at least not yet. So as calmly as he could, he explained, "Oh, we call it the mantelope. It was supposed to be an all-natural processor. You know, like a memory chip. But somehow we got to this during the creation." The mantelope was a large quadruped creature that vaguely resembled a deer or antelope. It has no body hair apart from its head, with peach-colored skin. It had long spindly legs with cloven hooves, a long strong neck, and a robust body that had an unusual human-looking face on it. "What is it or what did it used to be?" Melissa asked while staring at the strange creature in a mix of disgust and intrigue. "Not sure," Izuku carefully lied through his teeth. "Genus makes all kinds of things from different creatures. He once turned a mammal into a fish," he brought up to change the flow of the topic. Melissa then looked down at the door of its paddock and asked while pointing to a sign hanging above it, "Why is it named Overhaul?" Izuku nearly freaked out and had to quickly and calmly explain to her, "Oh, that's not its name, it's the designation. It will be overhauled for retesting or re-evaluation. Typically we don't like to kill the creatures we make." "Why does it look so sad?" she inquired while looking into its large yellow eyes. "That's just how it looks," Izuku told her. "It's so unnerving. It has this uncanny valley look to it. Like looking at a person. But not," Melissa stated as a cold shiver ran up her back. "And that's why it has man in its name," Izuku told her as he tried to maneuver them away from this pen. But just before they could get far enough away from it, a small voice called out to him, "Izuku, I want to ride the mantelope." Izuku turns and sees Eri happily running towards him and the mantelope pen. Izuku sighs inwardly and tells her while motioning to Melissa, "Later, Eri, I'm giving a tour to our new friend." "ARA, so I'm your friend already, Doctor?" Melissa asks with a teasing tone, making Izuku flush. Eri looked up at the girl and instantly asked, "Are you Izuku's girlfriend?" Izuku's face went bright red and Melissa smiled with a soft chuckle as she knelt and patted her head while saying, "I'm just his friend who's a girl." Eri blinked and stared at her mindlessly before turning around and running down the hallway as she yelled, "Egon, Izuku has a girlfriend." "Eri!" Izuku yelled at her in a scolding tone. Suddenly the PA system blared to life and Egon's voice called out, "Everyone owes me money." "Egon!" Izuku yells at the speaker while crumpling to his knees and hiding his face. Later on, at the end of the workday, Izuku walked Melissa out of the building and security guards. Just before she left for the day, she turned back to Izuku and told him, "I have to say, Doctor, I had a fun day today. I can't wait to work with you all and see what tomorrow brings." Izuku smiles as he nods his head and says back, "Me too. I've got to say, Melissa, you're probably the second friend I've made." "ARA, who's the first?" she questions. Before he could open his mouth to answer, the voice of Honey Lemon yelled out, "Chopper, no. Don't eat those." The two teens turned their heads to see the scientist cornering the intelligent animal, as he tried to protect something small in his hooves. "But they smell like a million cotton candy," Chopper cried in desperation as he held tightly to the small golf ball-sized sphere. "That's because it's highly condensed super sugar. You'll blow up like a balloon." Honey Lemon stressed to him in concern. But the reindeer didn't listen as he swallowed the whole thing in one go. Things seemed fine at first until they weren't. Like Honey Lemon told him, the small animal blew up like a balloon, leaving him useless and round. "Worth it," Chopper said after his bodily expansion. Honey Lemon sighs and as she rolls him back to the lab she moans, "Time to get the juicer." "Yay, I love the juicer," Chopper cheers him. Izuku trailed off as Melissa fell to the ground from laughing so hard. CH-67, a solution to the problem. Egon sighs loudly as he locks up the facility for the night. Izuku, who was the only one left beside Pete and Eri, asks him, "What's wrong, Egon? You look stressed." Egon leaned against the door and slid down as he admitted, I just got word that even though Cluck and Hankoi have successfully set up a warp pad on Pacifica and have a strong defense around it, they've been attacked by villains so many times that they are in desperate need of more defense robots." He puts his hands over his face and pulls down as he groans while adding, "I wish I knew what to do in this situation. If I don't, who knows what ramifications could happen." Izuku landed down on him and patted his shoulder while assuring him, "Let's just get some rest and brainstorm about it tomorrow." Egon takes a calming sigh as he agrees. "Yeah, you're right. I just wish the heavens could drop a miracle into my lap." Late into the night, one of the manhole covers opened up in the sound division of the facility and a figure crawled out of it. Instead of your typical sneaky slinker, it quite literally crawled out from the hole and flopped its wet body on the cold metal floor like a piece of wet meat. After crawling out and dry heaving on the floor, it stumbled onto its feet where it scanned the dark room. Its eyes eventually fell upon a glass cabinet with a bunch of vials and other strange things in it. Just what it was looking for. After trying and failing to open the door or force it, it resorts to trying to break it. A task that was easier said than done as the glass was high-grade security measure. Glass. But with enough determination the figure managed to finally get one crack. And one was all it needed to break it completely. Once opened, it rummaged through the cabinet with shaky hands that ended up knocking down just about everything inside, until it grabbed a vial with a strange black liquid in it. Not noticing how the liquid moved all on its own, it popped the cork and drank it down. After licking its lips, it dropped the vial, shattering it, and doubled over its pain while crashing back into the broken cabinet and laying against it as the world around it went black. The following day, late into the morning, when Egon was in his office, Honey Lemon burst into his room in a hurry. Her face was red and her hair wild as the glasses barely hung into her face. "Oh, Honey Lemon, what's gotten you in such a tizzy this morning?" Egon asked the woman as she approached him. "You have to come see this, now," she half yelled while grabbing his arm and dragging him with her. After being pulled to the sound division, Egon was beset with the sight of nearly his whole staff in Hankoi's main office circling a giant white mass in the center of the room that nearly engulfed every part. Standing there for a while with mouth open in awe, the first thing he asked was, "What the heck is that?" "I have no idea," Honey Lemon answered while also staring at the thing. Just then, Otto came in with his pad and explained to everyone, "From what I could gather, its material is similar in structure to spider silk." Now that he looked at it with that thought in mind, it did look like a giant cocoon, or spider egg nest. "Is it a spider?" Izuku inquired. Otto rubbed his head as he scrolled through his pad and answered, "Yes and no." Egon put on a huffed expression with hands on his hips as he stated, "I knew Hankoi should have taken proper care in the containment of those leech things." "So what do we do with it?" Wiley asked as he had already brought a droid with a flamethrower attachment. "It's a cocoon, right?" Egon asked as Otto nodded. "Then we'll cut it out, put it in a chamber, see what comes out, and take it from there," Egon told them. Everyone nods at his decision and gets to work in preparing for the arrival of something. "Yes, sir," Rapper carefully said as he poked his head in Egon's office. "Yeah," Egon answered back, face deep in paperwork and setting up other operations. "It's hatching," Rapper vaguely told him. Rushing his head up, he yelled, "What? Already? But we just put it inside a chamber and don't have the weapons in place." Quickly turning on the PA system, he called out, "Everyone prepare yourselves for the worst." Slamming the phone down, he ran out of the office with Rapper as they both rushed to the sound division again. Once they got there with a few staff present and several dozen defense robots and assassin droids at the ready, he watched through the window as the cocoon, how much smaller outside of the webbing holding it up, began to crack open and release the horror inside. Once it split open, a mass covered in a green fluid fell out and onto the floor with a wet drop. The mass uncurled itself and stood up upon wobbly legs. Many of them, disproportionate and bloated like a drowned corpse, it walks around as it allows the green fluid to drip off its body. "Oh God, it's hideous," Melissa yelled as she hugged Izuku in fear. Once the fluid drops off and the body unravels and turns enough to see it all over, it is revealed to be something very strange but still equally horrible. The creature had two parts, one smaller upper part and a much larger underpart. It was like looking at a very strange centaur. The upper part appeared humanoid, the lower part looked like a smaller-scale version of Ungoliant. It was a huge spider, the size of 2 horses, black with 12 legs and covered in hair so thick they looked like spikes. Its misshapen head was bunched up with several dozen red eyes and its lower jaw swung like a mammal. Upon closer observation, Izuku stated, "It's a guy." As Izuku had stated, the part on top was a completely human body that had no mutation or other such flaws. The human part was quite beautiful. It was made with black long hair and black eyes with a fairly decent build. "So that's why you said yes and no," Egon stated while looking at Otto. "What should we do with him? That?" Melissa inquired, unsure of how to refer to the half-human spider creature. "Observe and find out who it is," Izuku stated affirmatively. After some time and careful extraction of DNA from the man-spider, Egon was visited by Doctrine about the results. "Sir, I have the results," she said while barging into his office. Not even waiting for a response, she told him, apparently his name is Peter Parker. He's from Western Europe and has been arrested for several accounts of petty theft, drug abuse, minor misdemeanors, alcoholism, and yada yada yada. Basically, he's a broke loser who uses drugs to feel alive. "That's sad," Izuku, who was also in his office at the time, added. "Also there was something strange with his DNA," she added, getting their attention. "It was all jumbled up with spider DNA. I found some samples from those leech creatures you told me about, and the DNA in those matches the one in him," she explained to them. Izuku raised an eyebrow and asked while looking at his pad, "Okay, then how did he get them inside of himself?" "I'm looking at Hankoya's notes right now and he says these things are harmless and can barely move. So how did it happen?" "He drank 'em," Egon blabbered out, making everyone look at him as he enunciated. "He drank 'em. He must have thought they were some kind of drugs or something," Doctrine put forth, rolling her eyes. From here the scientists all began to walk back to the testing chamber where the man-spider was being held, and during it, Otto struck up some conversation and asked, "So what's been going on with our horrific neighborhood spider freak?" Egon pulled up his pad and connected to the camera as he told them, "Not much. He's just moseying around in a daze while looking at himself in the mirrors. I don't think he's realized what's happening or at least absorbed it all." "Have you tried contact?" Doctrine asked. Egon flashed her a look and exclaimed, "What are you, crazy? I'm not getting anywhere near that thing, even if it is human." "I meant to talk to him," she growled back at the man, making him awkwardly sweat drop. "No," Egon said back in a small, embarrassed voice. Once they got back to the viewing chamber, Izuku turned on the inner speakers and stated, "Let's see if he can still speak." Izuku turned on the inner speakers, set them in several parts of the testing chamber, and said, "Hello, Peter. Can you hear me?" The man-spider whipped his head to the one-way mirror that the scientists were hidden behind and made them jump. Izuku gulped down the primal fear rising in his soul and asked, Can you speak?" The man-spider walked over to the glass and looking at himself he said in a hoarse tone as if trying to learn to speak, "Yes." "Oh good, so he's not completely brain dead," Doctrine sighs, making Izuku sighed. How do you feel?" Izuku asked into the mic. The man-spider looked down at his body, then his hands, and tightened them as he ranted, How I feel. I feel amazing. I've never felt this good in my whole life. I feel strong and fast and clear in my head. I've never felt so empowered. I feel like life gave back what was ripped away from my grasp before it was even there. I feel like my truest self." The scientist was put off by his reaction until Otto mentioned, "Did I forget to mention he was quirkless?" "Oh, that makes some sense," Egon stated while snapping his fingers. Izuku nodded in understanding, and then the spider inquired while pressing himself against the glass, "Tell me, how did this become of me? Who did this to me? Only a god could do such a feat. Was it a god?" "Technically it was you," Doctrine said while striking up a match and lighting a cigarette. "Well, in a way your current state of being is due to a force far beyond you. And if You think it's a god, then that depends heavily on your definition. Izuku informed. What's their name? Tell me, the man-spider demanded as he pounded on the reinforced glass hard enough to make it shake. Ungoliant, and it's a she, Izuku quickly answered, getting scared by the outburst. Ungoliant. What a beautiful name, the man-spider cooed as he lovingly looked out into nothing before going to the center of the room, falling on his knees, and began to pray aloud to no one. O Lady Ungoliant, goddess above, from this day forward I shall dedicate my whole life to you and the services of you alone. I am your humble servant. Do with me as you wish as but a small part of my never-ending thanks for giving me this second life and this new body. I shall treasure it for ages to come, he pronounced boldly and happily. All the scientists were silent as they watched this scene unfold in uncomfortable, awkward silence, until Izuku tried to end his reverence and said, Peter Dash. The man-spider jumped up, uncomfortably turned his body, and ran up to the window mirror where he yelled, Don't call me that. Peter Parker was a weak fool who died last night. I'm someone else entirely. But I need a fitting name. Give me a name, he demanded as his spider half hisses in displeasure. I'll get the flamethrower and raid, Otto said casually as Doctrine nodded and followed after him. Wait, Otto. I think I have an idea, Izuku exclaimed as he went to the MIC and offered the half-crazed, mouth-foamed spider creature. How about Quelaag? The man-spider paused for a moment, then thought it through his silence as he looked at the ground. After a minute he smiled cruelly and exclaimed, Quelaag. Yes, Quelaag. Okay, so what's this plan? Doctrine prompts him as she reaches for the emergency robot deployer. I think we just found the solution to our villain infestation, he tells them with a knowing glance, making everyone firm a question mark above their heads. Going back to the MIC, he asks the spider, Quelaag, how would you like to meet your goddess? Pacifica. Late on a stormy night on the island of many dangers and many wonders, also known as Pacifica, a small group of villains took refuge inside a small cave to wait out the storm. As they all huddled close to the fire as it threatened to get blown out by the whipping winds and rain, they all moaned about their complaints. Where the hell is Darky? It's been hours and I'm starving, one villain yelled. Oh, shut up. We're all starving, just give her some time. Besides, you know how hard it is to get anything to eat on the island that isn't trying to eat you first. Another villain yelled at the first. Why can't we go deeper into the caves for shelter? I'm freezing and I'm right by the fire, another villain asked as they chatted from the cold while looking deeper into their cavern. You know what the last guy told us about the caves, right? They are filled with giant spiders and trolls. Whatever those are, the second to last villain stated. I hope she's okay. The last villain whimpered like a dog. You worry too much, she'll be fine. It was her turn to get food. The first villain waved off the last before turning their head to the cave entrance and announcing, and here she is now. Just then a medium silhouette walked towards the cave on unsteady footsteps, nearly falling over several times. Once it came to the precipice between the cave and the rain outside, people began to notice something strange. Darky, welcome back. Did you get food? One villain asked excitedly and impatiently, only to get no response. Darky, another villain asked as the silhouette began to walk in like a puppet in strings. Then the person stopped just a few feet from them, only to stand uncomfortable. Still, you're awfully quiet. You okay? Another villain tried to reach out to the person, only for them to stumble into the light of the fire to reveal a horrified expression, stuck to the bloody face of a dismembered body that had seemed to be held together by black tendrils. The body arched forward, showing its back, where a large spider had its legs sutured into the corpse's back and limbs, while its own body was hooked directly to the back, controlling the dead person like a puppet made of meat. It screeched at the villains as the leader yelled, "Kill it!" The spider attempted to use the body to block the flurry of attacks but was unsuccessful as it and the corpse were destroyed. In the short one-sided fight, the campfire they had used for warmth and light had gone out, leaving them in the dark. But they never did it for the best, since the death of this spider would mean more would come to the spot thanks to the death hormones it secretes. Just as they began to catch their breath, mourn the dead, and figure out a new place to hide, a new figure stood in the dark cave opening. Well, The whole of the little mice has been found and flushed out. Through to me, you all look more like a bunch of rats. A sinister voice cooed to them, white teeth gleaming in the darkness as they smiled. Who the hell are you? One of the villains demanded. The voice chuckled at the question as if it were cute, then told them, Who am I? My name won't matter very soon. But if you must know, I'll tell you. But first, a little light. Suddenly a light shone from the mouth of something under the person's torso and revealed that his nude upper half was attached to a giant mutant spider that had flames burning inside of its mouth. Then a flame began to ignite and burn off the spider's thorax and lit the room up, showing off his hideous half-and-half form. He then reached into the spider's mouth where he began to pull out what looked like a pole. He kept slowly pulling it out until it seemed to get stuck. Then with one swift yank, he pulled out an enormous scythe that appeared to be made of lava. As it emerged, it caused droplets of lava to fly all over. They patted his spider lower half and rested the weapon over his shoulder while glaring down at the villains with malicious intent. The last thing they heard from him was, I am Qualag. CH-68, find a way. So Miss, Anna Marie, what brings you here, and more importantly, how? Izuku asked a young woman who sat across from him in his office. The woman had mysteriously appeared out of nowhere at their front door. No one, not even the guards, saw her come from anywhere. From there it was all a matter of bringing her to Izuku's office. She was taller than him and wore a one-piece green and yellow full-body suit with only her face and hair uncovered. Pouty lips, green eyes, large curly brown hair with a single white streak, a nervous disposition. As she tried to keep her hands as far away as possible and spoke with a southern accent. I flew, she told him. Izuku looked at her strangely and prompted her. Flew what? Just flew, no, flying, she replied with a shrug. Izuku blinked at her, then stated, But you don't have wings or anything that could allow you flight. I just can, she answered nonchalantly. Izuku rubs the bridge of his nose and drops the topic while asking, Okay, so as I was saying, what brings you here? Anna rubs her hands together as she explains, Well, I heard that you'll can remove quirks, and I was hoping you could remove mine. Izuku's eyes go wide at this, and as carefully as he can, lies to her. What gave you that idea? You know that's impossible. It's like when the Nazi tried to change eye color and a bunch of other inhuman things. Anna slammed her hands on the desk and yelled, Oh, stop it. I have sources. I know one night you all removed a powerful quirk from some Russian guy. Izuku pushes a button under his desk and several different kinds of weapons spring out a point right at her. Anna freezes up and doesn't dare move an inch. Even with her powers, she heard enough about this place to realize that it wouldn't do very much to help. Izuku was panicking and breathing hard, but calmed down with a gulp of air as he asked in a serious tone, Miss Anna, I'm going to ask you this once. How did you know? Anna gulps and carefully admits to him, I used to work for a villain organization. We got an informant who heard about your. I wiped his memory before he could spill to my leader and came here. Izuku then takes out a device that appears as a temperature reader, places it on her head, and when it glows green, Izuku relaxes and says to himself, She's telling the truth. With that, he turns off the security measures and sits in his chair while taking out his phone and telling the woman, Okay, I believe you. Let me call the CEO. Izuku then sends a quick text and waits in awkward silence in his office, with the woman trying not to make eye contact and vice versa. However, very quickly, Egon bursts into the room and yells while holding a mind-wiping device, Who heard about the fragments? Izuku jumps up and holds the man back as he exclaims, Egon, calm down. Only. She knows and she means no harm. Egon looks at the woman, who awkwardly smiles and waves, then back to him, where he asks in a low tone, You sure? She's got big hair. You know what big hair means. Izuku raises an eyebrow as Egon whispers, Big secrets. Oh, gods. Izuku pushes him away while rolling his eyes. Egon tries to stay in front of the boy, trying to keep away, as he states, I'm serious. Kano Sakji in middle school had hair just like hers and had the biggest secrets you could think of. For a child. Egon. Izuku exclaimed, motioning with his eyes to the woman still present. Right, okay. He says in a more professional tone while walking behind Izuku's desk and asking her, So, what do you want? I want you all to take away my quirk. Use whatever doohickeys you have and free Me, she tells him, practically begging him. The two of them look at one another before looking back at her, and Izuku informs. Miss Anna, we really can't do that. Why not? She exclaimed, gripping the desk edge and bending it. Because the first time we tested it was just that, the first time. We had never done something like that before, and it ended up killing the man. Right now I have a small part of our resources going into the development of that machine, and right now we're in the testing stages. Taking a quirk is not as easy as removing a wart. This is something far greater and with more consequences. If we're not careful, we could end up ending more lives than helping them. Egon explains to her, making the woman's expression and body fall. Izuku walks over to her side, places a hand on her shoulder which quivers, and tells her as gently as he can, I get your quirk might be giving you great trouble, but we can't just strap you to it just cause you to say so. You don't want to die, do you? Anna wipes a tear from her face and says with a shaky tone, I just want a life where I don't hurt anyone. If you don't mind, what is your quirk? Izuku inquired. Anna sniffles back and explains, it doesn't have an official name, but I've been calling it Rouge. If I touch someone's bare skin to mine, I can absorb their memories, physiology, personality, and even quirks. 1 second of contract equals 1 minute of use. And if I touch someone for too long, You don't have to finish that, Egon told her. She took a shaky breath and continued, I kissed a boy once, and only once. Cause of that, he fell into a coma for 3 days. That's got to be rough. Izuku tried to comfort her. Look, Anna, we may not be able to take away your quirk now, but if you give us time and your help, maybe we can at least alter it, he offered. Alter? She asked back. Get rid of that nasty side effect so you don't have to cover every inch of your body, Egon explained. She gives a sad smile and says, that would be nice. But you said you were part of a villain organization, right? Izuku puts forth. Wait, what? Egon yells, making Izuku make a slashing motion with his finger. I was, she admitted. Then what are you going to do now? Izuku asks in worry. Anna thinks about it for a moment before saying, I thought about becoming a hero, but I have no idea where to even begin. Then how about becoming one of our bodyguards? Izuku offered her. Wait, really? She and Egon say in surprise, making both look at one another. Izuku nods and tells her, we could use your skills as a trained fighter, and your quirk can make apprehending people or out-of-control experiments much easier. Anna smiles at the offer, then contemplates something before faltering for a moment and adding, did I forget to mention I have super strength, durability, healing, and flight? Izuku and Egon looked back and forth between one another before they both just shook their heads, and Izuku huffed, I'm not even gonna ask how. Well, start with figuring out the ins and outs of your quirk before putting anything into practice regarding its altercation. Hope you got a place to sleep, Egon told. Afraid not, she admits while looking at the ground. Then why not come stay with me till you get your place? Egon offers her, looking up at him with a confused and grateful expression. Really? Yeah, so long as you don't mind me, my cat, my dodo bird, my foster kid, and the ex-gangster I have living on and off with me, Egon listed nonchalantly. Anna placed her hands together before jumping from her seat and grabbing both men in a hug, where she exclaimed in zeal, oh, thank you all. Thank you all so much. The squeeze was well-meaning, but the strength behind it wasn't. Both men almost started to turn blue from lack of oxygen, but Anna realized this quickly and let them go to breathe. Then the office door slid open and walked Doctrine. Professor, Doctor, are you too busy? The old woman inquired of the two men, ignoring the new face in the room. No, Doctrine, we're just wrapping up here, Egon told her. At that moment, Pete, who was sleeping under Izuku's desk, got up from his nap, took one look at Doctrine, and began to wildly honk and squeak at the woman, attempting to attack her if not for Izuku holding the bird back. She nods, ignoring the bird, and takes out a clipboard while beginning to say, Superb, I was hoping that ... But before she could finish that thought, the door slammed open again and Otto stood in the doorway while yelling, Stop right there. Professor Cephalopod, Izuku and Egon said in unison. A Torken octopus, Anna questioned. What's wrong? Izuku inquired. Stepping into the room with the door closing behind him, he announced, We have an imposter amongst us. Cue Among Us theme music through the speakers. Who the hell is playing that? Egon comments. Anyway, how can you be so sure? And who is it? Izuku questions the invertebrate. It's someone in this very room, Otto tells them while putting the lockdown code on the keypad and slamming a tentacle on the floor. By that logic, it could be you, me, Pete, or this office plant, Egon proclaimed, while looking at the potted plant on Izuku's desk, narrowing his eyes while hissing at it. I always knew I could never trust you, Pet Albert. You called my office plant Pet Albert. Izuku questions him with a concerned expression, still holding onto the angry Pete in his arms. Stay focused, Otto yelled as he came up to the desk and slammed down onto it. And I think I have an idea of who it is. He followed up calmly while walking around the room before walking behind a cabinet and appearing to disappear after. He didn't come out on the other side. All the people looked around the room nervously for the vanishing cephalopod, until he suddenly reappeared from his camouflage on the back of the shocked Doctrine with his tentacles draped around her limbs. Hey, little mama, let me whisper in your ear, he said in a joking tone before binding her limbs up, wrapping around her neck, and even closing off her breathing ways. In one of his tentacles, he grasped the limb extension splinter, adding in the strangling as Doctrine tried and failed to grab a tentacle or wiggle free. A few moments after beginning his restraint and suffocation of the older woman, her eyes went from their normal color to a bright yellow, and immediately after her entire form changed until she was a blue-skinned woman in a white bodysuit with red hair and scales across her face and body. Everyone in the room gasped at the shapeshifter, but none more so than Anna, who proclaimed, Mema! Mema! The two scientists exclaimed back in surprise. Ha! You can fool everyone else in this facility, but you can't fool me. And there's more coming here, Otto exclaimed. Turning their attention back to the octopus, both scientists exclaimed, We've been breached. Izuku shifted his attention back to the shapeshifter and took a closer look at her. He cross-referenced his knowledge and then told everyone, I know her. She's one of the leaders of the Brotherhood of Mutants. Mystique. Wait, did you call her Mama? Egon asked Anna, remembering his previous shock, all while Pete, now free, began to attack her shoes. Anna nods as she backs away from the blue woman and explains, I did. She raised me since I was a girl and brought me up to hate and commit crimes. But it was only recently I realized she had been using me. Egon swiveled his head to the bound woman and exclaimed, Damn, you're a bitch. Mystique, who had gotten her panic under control, carefully began to shift around, as if trying to find some sort of flaw in the creature's hold on her. Seeing this, Anna warned him, Be careful, octopus. She can shapeshift. Seeing no way out, Mystique suddenly transformed into a huge masculine form, with red skin and 4 arms. Using the secondary and unrestrained arms, she unbound her throat and breathing holes, allowing her to gasp for air. Once she could breathe again, she began to pull the octopus off of her suction cup after suction cup. Pete got frightened by the change and rushed back under the desk. I could tell, Otto exclaimed as he desperately tried to hold on against the woman's massive strength increase. Once free from his grip, Mystique roared into his face before Cephalopod jokingly vexed her. Why, I know, just because you can shapeshift doesn't mean you have to change your breath, is what I'd say if I could smell. With one small burst of anger, she growled and glared at the octopus before throwing him hard enough against a wall to knock him unconscious where he was, quickly scooped up by Egon. From there, Mystique transformed back into her base form and turned her attention to Anna. Seemingly cowering from the unsuspecting woman, Anna asked, How did YA find me, Mama? Mystique smiles a sickly sweet grin at her and then explains, Oh sweetie, mother knows best where her child is. You put a tracking device on her, didn't you? Egon says in an exasperated tone, having no time or patience for vague explanations. Mystique shoots a glare at the tall man, having her play on words killed off. Quickly she shot back in an exasperated tone, If you're going to kill my fun, why don't YA just shoot me? Great idea, Izuku says as he pulls a gun from his dare and points it at her, only to have the weapon quickly kicked out of his hand by the woman, to which he grabs his sore wrist while hissing, Crap, ignoring the two helpless scientists. Once again Mystique turned to the woman and cooed in a sweet voice, Come back, darling. You know we miss you. Anna feverishly shook her head as she denied, No, I won't, and I never will. You only brought me in because of my powers. You used me at every turn. And when I permanently acquired these new powers, you used me even more. You festered my hate until I thought it was right to hurt others who disagreed. No mother would do that. You're just a monster. Mystique's sweet and motherly demeanor quickly vanished and was replaced by a haunting, foreboding sense of dread as she glared daggers at the young woman and yelled, "You ungrateful little brat." She looked ready to backhand Anna until Izuku, who had sneakily put his hand back into the same drawer he had gotten the gun, took out the spider web splinter and shot out a stream of it at the blue woman and anchored her right to the wall. Pete ran out again and jumped up onto the woman and began to peck wildly at her face, only for Izuku to grab the bird, shoot off several more web attacks, and then yell, "Run!" They all ran towards the door where Egon punched in the emergency override and ran out of the now open door. As they ran out, they heard the door close and then shut tightly down behind them. They ran through the hallways for a good minute, until they were far enough away to seem safe. During this run, Izuku noticed how Anna did run, but instead flew like a superhero in an old comic book. No wings or jet propulsion or wind manipulation or anything. Just jump into the air and soar. So, Izuku made a mental note to find out about it later. That won't hold her for long, Izuku stated breathlessly as they took a moment to catch their breath, dropping Pete as he ran off elsewhere. "I'm sure, but we're gonna have more problems real soon," Anna told them. "I'm guessing she didn't come alone." Egon sarcastically guessed it only to hear an explosion from outside, to which he followed up by saying, "And from the sounds of it, that's exactly the case." Izuku took out his Pura pad and connected to the outside security cams where they saw all the guards and government soldiers in a losing battle with 5 vastly different people. An obscenely obese man in a wrestler onacy, a short, hunched, ugly man who looked like a frog, a blonde man in red and orange spandex with a huge gas canister and twin gauntlets connected to it, a large muscular man in an armored suit with helmet and black tights, and finally a silver-haired man in a gray, streamlined bodysuit. "Who are they?" Egon questions. "Blob, Toad, Pyro, Avalanche, and Quicksilver. High-ranking members of the Brotherhood of Mutants. Your guards won't do much but slow them down," Anna explained to them. "And the defense droids are being revamped from the ground up. Just freaking great," Egon griped as he forgot about the unconscious octopus in his arms, only to quickly remember and loosen his grip. "Then I guess we'll have to take them on ourselves," Izuku proclaimed as he punched his fist into his hand. "Will you help us, Anna?" he asked the woman. She smiled, and adjusting her glove she replied, "Course. But you can call me the Rouge. CH-69, Family Feud. Hump. These guards get weaker every time we smash 'em," Blob stated as he threw away the last of the guards. "More like we're getting better every day," Pyro agreed with a jeer. "Well, now that's out of the way. Looks like a straight shot to the lab," Quicksilver stated as he got into a runner's pose, pointed straight at the building that had been swarmed by several dozen heavily armed people. "Yous remember what Mystique said, yeah?" Toad jokingly poked fun at Quicksilver. Quicksilver pushes him off with an eye roll as he groans back, "Of course, Toad. My head isn't full of pond scum, like you." Everyone laughed at the Toad man as he angrily inflated his throat, only for the still-positioned Quicksilver to be suddenly frozen solid by a beam of ice out of nowhere. All the villains stop and turn their heads to where the shot came from and see Hatsum standing several yards away with a strange ray gun that is emitting cold energy. "But it is full of ice, like you," Hatsum joked back while laughing at the frozen man. He then took another shot and half-froze Blob. As the other villains scampered away, trying to avoid being frozen, Toad exclaimed in shock and confusion at seeing 2 of his teammates taken out at once. "What the?" "I made a freeze ray," Hatsum shouted to him as if thinking he was asking about his device. Seeing it was nothing but a single man, the villains got confident and began to surround him. "So the scientists come out to play?" Avalanche vexed him while tightening his fists. Hatsum nods happily before putting on his goggles and saying, "We sure did. Now say freeze." Hatsum shot off another round of cold, but this time the villains expertly dodged the attack. Pyro shot off a blast of intense fire as Hatsum met him halfway with an equally powerful cold. Blob broke free of his ice prison and began to charge at the man, only to be stopped by a fast figure hitting him square in the gut with a powerful punch. Due to his quirk, The blob absorbed the brutal hit and stood tall, only getting a slight tickle from after effects. However, even with his quirk, the blow was hard, enough to send him back a few inches. He smiled sinisterly at the low figure that tried to gut punch him and began to gloat. Huh, what was that? Were you trying to tickle me? Don't you know who I am? I'm the blob, he exclaimed, only to be shut up quickly as the man rose past his height with blank eyes and muscles that were bigger than his obese head. The person looming over him was none other than Rapper, and Blob knew who this person was from his days as an underground quirk fighter. He stood frozen with fear as Rapper raised his fist above his head, then with all his strength, brought it down on his own. What many people didn't know about Blob was that the top of his head was one of his most vulnerable weak points. So when Rapper hit him in that very spot, Blob's quirk didn't absorb any of it and he took the full brunt of the attack through his whole body. His skull, teeth, ribs, and legs broke under the massive pressure, making the fat man pass out. And now you're on the floor, Rapper attempted to joke, laughing at himself, before turning to Hatsune and asking like an excited child, Hey Hatsune, did I do it right? Yeah, sure, a little help please, Hatsune said back with urgency as his ice blaster was starting to overheat. Just as Rapper began to run towards Pyro, who had his full attention and a half-full gas canister on Hatsune, the man was stopped in his tracks as the ground under him started to shake violently. He tried to keep his balance but couldn't. He looked around fast and saw Avalanche using his quirk to shake the ground under his feet. The shaking grew so intense that the asphalt under him began to crack open. No matter what he tried, Rapper couldn't move away. That is until something small and rough was thrown at him. It exploded and then expanded like a bath bomb, covering a part of the large Russian man. Very quickly, many more of them were thrown, exploded, and spread all around the man, until he was covered from neck to foot, leaving only his head uncovered. Again, Avalanche tried to use his quirk to break free, but instead of that happening, he felt his quirk being sent right back at him. Avalanche was shaken so violently by his quirk in the violet cocoon that he passed out in mere seconds. Honey Lemon jumped out from her hiding spot and snapping her fingers in delight, exclaimed, Ha! Super expanding shock redirect gel. My newest creation. Then a long-colored, flesh-wet thing wrapped around the woman's neck and lifted her into the air. Toad, who was also biding his time, jumped out and proclaimed, My tongue, my second greatest body part. Right after my second head. With his body back in control and Honey Lemon in the most immediate danger, he ran after and tried to smash the frog man, only for Toad to dodge every attack with ease, even as Rapper the broken pieces of asphalt at him. Toad teased and mocked the huge man with every miss he made while also continuing to strangle the woman with his tongue. Rapper growled and yelled in frustration, Hey, stop bouncing around, you jumping bean. As Toad continues to jeer the man, something fast rushes by and slices Toad's tongue in half, making him scream in pain as Honey Lemon is finally freed from his grasp, allowing her to breathe again. As Toad gingerly held his bleeding tongue, he looked around to see what attacked him, only to see Enema with a new creature standing beside him. It looked like a dragon, but medium-sized and without wings. It has 4 legs with the ones in front being larger and longer and a body plan like a modern-day reptile. 2 horns curved back to its back with a ridge of spiral spines that appeared to be able to raise up and down. Huge claws and serrated teeth with foldable gill fins along its neck that, when open, create electricity. Its piercing yellow eyes stared viciously and murderously at Toad. Behold my newest creature, the lightning beast, Enema exclaimed as the beast roared. Seeing his luck run out, Toad tried to run away, only for the lightning beast to open its gnaw and shoot out a beam of lightning right at the man. Toad didn't even have a chance to hop out of the way as the lightning beam hit him dead on and tried him alive until he was splayed out on the ground and crispy. Shocking, Rapper tried to joke. Very funny, Rapper, Enema said sarcastically. Guys, a bit of help would be nice, Hatsune called out as he had to duck and roll when his ice blaster overheated. Even though his weapon was out of commission, Pyro wasn't out of fuel and prepared an even bigger blast of fire to torch the man to ash. But he never got the chance as something was shot at his body and restrained him. It was some kind of body cage that closed around him and grew tightened the more he struggled, until It sent off a shock of electricity and made him spaz out. This gave Rapper the chance to run up and knock him out. Once down, Hatsune looked over to the side and saw Cho standing by with a device that appeared to have the attachment to shoot off the body cages. After loading up another, Hatsune took off his goggles and gave a thumbs up to the woman as he stated, "Thanks for the help, Cho, and you too, Rapper." "Don't we make a great team?" Rapper asked as he cuddled up to Cho, who shoved him away. But before they could celebrate their victory, Quicksilver had vibrated his body, enough to throw himself free, where he began to chatter from the cold after feeling. "Buh, that was cold. Who shot me with that?" he demanded as he looked around for his attacker, only to instantly get caught in a body cage and shocked, unmoving. Then the electric beast came up and blasted the man with a lightning shock, knocking him out. "And that's the last one," Anima shrugged, feeling nonchalant about the attack. "Not so fast, I think there's still one inside," Cho exclaimed as she loaded up her body cage launcher. "Then let's get him," Rapper exclaimed excitedly, punching his fist as he ran towards the building with the other scientists following behind. Meanwhile, back inside the building, the two scientists and ex-criminals had stood and watched the security camera footage of the scientist taking down the villains, all of them in a mix of awe and shock. Izuku blinked a few times before starting nonchalantly and uncertainly, "Looks like my staff took down your old friends." "Oh, thank heavens," Rouge said in relief while leaning and sliding down a wall. "Now that only leaves Mystique, a shapeshifter in a sparsely populated area," Egon stated as he looked around the empty building hallway they were in. Just before the three of them could begin any plan of action, a little set of footsteps ran down the hallway and yelled, "Professor!" Turning around, they all saw Eri running towards them with flushed cheeks, wild hair, and teary eyes. Once she got to them, Egon kneeled and asked, "Eri, are you okay?" Eri sniffles back and asks while looking around, "I'm scared." "What's going on?" Egon freed up a hand and petted her while assuring, "Don't worry, we're taking care of it right now. Everything will be okay in a bit. Let's get you to the safe room. For now." Eri rubbed her eyes and sniffed back her emotions while looking up to whom with a bright smile as she said back, "Okay, Professor Cristallo." Upon hearing this statement from Eri, Egon's face went placid, like he had heard the most awful news ever. Without warning or hesitation, he stood up quickly and kicked Eri square in the face, sending her flying down the hallway. Everyone else just stood there in shock at what the man just did, and Izuku was the first to chew him out as he pushed him back, yelling at him, "Egon, what the hell?" Before either of them could chew him out, he quickly stated, "That's not Eri." The two of them paused, looked behind them, and saw Eri get up from the floor, with half her face blue with red hair. "Mystique!" they both exclaimed in shock. Mystique chuckled darkly as she gingerly touched her face, taking her normal form. As she inquired, "So what gave it away?" "Eri has been calling me by my first name, and only that, for weeks. If you had referred to my given name after the first time, I wouldn't have suspected anything," Egon explained to her with pride. Standing back to her feet, now fully reverted to her natural state, she said to herself, with a half-hearted huff, "Guess I should have chosen a different form." "What do you even want?" Izuku demanded. "I came here to kill two birds with one stone." Mystique smiles at the question, then tells him while pointing, "First I wanted to retrieve my child, and second I wanted to take your research and kill you too." "That's three," Egon corrected her. Mystique didn't take lightly to that comment, and pulled a gun out from her hip holster and pointed it at the two scientists as Egon acted in a sarcastic tone, "Oh wow, a gun, how terrifying." Mystique shot a blast from the gun at the same time Izuku shot a web with the splinter in hand. Unfortunately, the outcome they expected didn't come to pass. Instead of catching what seemed to be a bullet, the two scientists and the web attacks were suddenly trapped within a bubble. Egon tapped on the yellow sphere that had trapped them and said, "Okay, didn't expect that." Mystique approached Rogue with a malicious smile, and the woman stood in her defense while ordering, "Stay back," smiling more as she slowly approached without hesitation. "Come now, Anna, you know you want to come back. I'm all you have left in the world after your father kicked you out. We're justified in our revolution, and you know it. New York will never learn unless we fight back. You know I love you and always have." During this exchange, Rogue backed further and further away until she backed herself into a wall. Seeing her squeak with fright, Mystique knew she had her. However, as the villain had her full attention on the woman, Izuku had managed to force the tip of the splint out through the rubbery bubble and shit a thread that hit a wall. He then retraced the web until he managed to pull himself out of what felt like tapioca pudding mixed with caramel. Once free, he eats no time in grabbing the emergency crowbar and running behind Mystique before whacking her on the head, dropping her to the floor. "Get crowbarred, bitch," Izuku yelled before dropping the weapon, covering his mouth, and saying in a self-shocked tone, "Oh my god, I said a curse word." He looked over to Egon and accused, "I blame you." Egon just shrugged nonchalantly at the allegation. Meanwhile, Ruse was looking between her foster mother and the young teen who bravely stood up to her. After a bit, she finally came to the realization and said in disbelief, "You saved me." Izuku offered his hand while smiling at the woman and said, "Of course, Anna. I said I'd help you and I meant it." Before their tender moment could continue, Mystique, who hadn't been knocked completely out, swung her legs, kicking Izuku's out from under him and making him fall. She then took her gun and shot it at Rouge, causing her to become trapped in the same bubble as Egon. Before Izuku could get up, Mystique slammed her foot against his neck and began to apply pressure, making the teen choke for air as he grabbed at her leg, attempting to push it away. Seeing this, Rouge beat on the bubble and begged, "Stop it, Mama. Stop it. Don't hurt him. I'll come back, I promise." Mystique laughs callously before promising, "Oh, don't worry, sweetie, I'm not gonna hurt him. I'm going to kill him," all before putting more pressure on his throat. "Mystique, if you go through with this, the only way you're getting out of here is in a body bag." Egon screamed threateningly at the woman with murder in his eyes, as he was managing to pull himself free from the bubble with the help of Otto, who was awake again, only for her to smile and apply more pressure, causing the boy to suddenly stop his struggle and begin to black out, making Egon cry out, "Izuku!" Rouge had tears running down her face as what could only be called her first true friend began to die under the heel of her mother's foot. Finally finding her resolve, she screamed, "No!" Using her strength, speed, and power of flight, she rocketed straight out of the bubble like it was paper. Mystique didn't even have a chance to block as Rouge rammed into her at top speed and flew down the hallway. After catching her breath, Mystique knew what Rouge was going to do and quickly took a form that could withstand pain. After being flown through several metal walls, she was eventually thrown into an empty testing chamber and thrown hard against the floor. Even with her more durable form, Mystique felt massive pain run throughout her body as she gasped for air. But Rouge wasn't done as she was once again upon Mystique and plumbing her with punch after punch. Mystique took a stronger firm and met back each punch. Even still, she could feel her knuckles nearly breaking under every blow. So she changed tactics and took a different form. This time it had a sonic scream. Quirk and Ruse was thrown off Mystique. She then changed into Quicksilver and began to run around the woman while hitting her with cheap shots. But Rogue knew how to beat her teammates and hit the ground hard enough for it to shake and cause Mystique to fall off her speed. Just before Rouge could counterattack, Mystique took the form of something that could fly and flew around her with ease. Rouge chased after, but once she caught her leg, Mystique turned around with her gun at the ready and hit her with a powerful energy shot that was strong enough to take her down. Rouge fell from the sky and lay on the floor in a seemingly unconscious heap. Mystique landed as well while morphing back to her original form and looking over the unconscious form of her foster daughter. Thinking she had won, she relaxed, which was the worst thing she could do. Rouge shot her head up, glaring daggers at the woman as she fumbled to get the gun ready in her surprise. But Rogue was far quicker and in one fell swoop ripped off one glove with her teeth while grabbing and crushing the gun in the other. Using the exposed hand, she grabbed Mystique's face and the two began to scream over the absorption. It was only 5 seconds, but Mystique finally fell to the floor fully unconscious. This time while Rouge fell to her butt. A few moments later, Izuku ran into the chamber and called out, "Anna, are you okay?" Rouge rubbed her head and answered, "I'm fine. Absorbing someone always has a drawback if I'm not prepared." "Is everything oh wow?" Izuku said in surprise as he saw the unconscious Mystique lying on the ground. A few moments later, Egon poked his head through the hole and looked up at the aftermath of the battle. He blinked a few times and then stated, "I guess everything is taken care of here." Drawn to all the attention and noises, the testing chamber was quickly filled with worried employees who all looked around at the sight inside. Many questions were thrown around, but one stuck out in the rest. "Who's she?" Melissa asked as she pointed to Rouge. Izuku cleared his voice as he helped the woman to her feet and stated, "Everyone, meet Rouge, Nip's newest bodyguard." Later, once the villains were detained and info was taken during the attack, the entirety of NIP was seated around a large table in the last meeting room they had left. The one who looked most worried at this meeting was the two owners Izuku and Egon. Izuku was the one to start as he took a deep breath before saying, "Okay people, you all know we got very very lucky the first 2 times we were attacked. But our luck has finally run out." Cluck scoffs at the statement, rolling her eyes as she proclaims, "What are you talking about? That attack was pathetic. Even easier than the Yakuza. All of them were arrested and no one got away. How did our luck run out? Mystique was in here for far longer than we expected. She was able to download and send off several megabytes of data from our research systems alongside over a dozen empty splinters," Egon informs her. "Oh," was all she could reply, feeling silly. "Wait. She didn't get Dash." Melissa began to panic. Izuku waved her down and assured her, No. She didn't get her hands on any of the Singularity souls. I don't even think she found them." A sigh of relief went around the room at that news, except for Rouge, who asked, "Singularity who now?" "I'll explain later," Izuku told her. "As of right now, we have no way of gaining back our stolen possession. We're stretched thin as is, and the new facility is only about 90% complete." Egon continues to tell them, making everyone tense up at some of their possessions being unable to retrieve. "So what now?" Chopper inquired. Izuku takes a steady sigh before rubbing his eyes and telling them, "No doubt we are going to start seeing machines and experiments like ours circulating. Our best chance at this time is to aid in attempting to mitigate the damage or stop them." He looks around the room at the many men and women before telling them in a serious tone, "I hope you're ready, cause a storm is approaching." CH70, Sports Festival Part 1. Before we get the sports festival underway, I'd like to make a small announcement. Present MIC announced over the loudspeakers during the beginning of the sports festival. This caused a stir of excitement in the crowds, making everyone start to sit on the edge of their seats with anticipation. This year's festival has been proudly sponsored and aided by the Neo Icon Phoenix Research Facility. So let's give a big thank you round of applause for its owner. He announced as the cameras panned over to an outdoor seating spot on one of the tallest parts of the sports festival arena. The people began to cheer but quickly died off when nothing was there. After some silent muttering, Present MIC asks, "Where are they?" Suddenly a roar rang out from the sky and all eyes turned up to see a huge shadow covering the sun. People began to panic as they saw the shadow reveal itself to be a huge dragon with bright red scales and ashy breath. The dragon opened its wings and gingerly landed on top of the stadium, which was just big and strong enough to hold it up. Once fully secured on the ledge, it gently brought its head down where Izuku and Egon walked off the head of Torchwick. The two scientists stood and waved their hands at the stunned people as Torchwick spread his wings and roared in boast. Finding his voice again, Present MIC exclaimed, "Wow, what an entrance. Let's give them a hand." The crowd went wild as the two scientists took their seats with the other important people sitting beside them, and riding Torchwick, Melissa, who has been invited by Izuku, asked the two men cautiously, "Did we have to come in here on dragons back?" "Of course we did. If we're gonna make an appearance, then make it a splash. Plus, no one's gonna try to mess with us while Torchwick is breathing down there." Next, Egon assured her as Torchwick's hard, sharp eyes glanced around the whole stadium. She sighs in exasperation before turning to her friend and saying, "Well, thanks for bringing me along with you too. I'm so excited to see the sports festival in real life." Izuku smiles at her enthusiasm and says, "I'm glad to hear it. Your dad did tell me you've always wanted to do this, so here we are." "I think Uncle All Might is gonna head off the festival this year," Melissa said, excitedly as she turned her head to center field. The two scientists sweat drop and say in unison, "Of course he is." Something that didn't go unnoticed by the girl. During their talk, Present MIC and Eraserhead both said a bunch of blah blah blah. Stuff before getting into the nitty-gritty where the DJ hero exclaimed, and here he is. I'm the flesh for the lighting of the torch, give a hoot and a holler for Japan's number one hero, All Might. The huge man flew through the air, over the stadium, and landed in the center, while striking a pose as everyone went wild. Izuku just sighs at this and says, you know, now that I'm not seeing him through fanboy vision, All Might is a real blowhard. Told you so. Egon teases him while holding out his hand, leading the boy to place a few 110 in it. All Might then went on a tangent regarding nothing, something that Izuku and Egon tuned out, until he finally exclaimed, without further ado, I shall now begin the games with this torch, he yelled while pulling an unlit torch from his pocket, raising it in the air, getting a round of cheering until it all died just as fast. All Might's sweat dropped at his blunder and offered, that I have to relit, unless someone else can help. Seeing an opportunity, Torchwick brought his massive head looked towards the giant pyre and shot a small weak fireball at it. Once it hit, it exploded and went up in flames right then and there. But to the surprise and excitement of the crowds, All Might blinked in surprise at this, shrugged, and proclaimed, lighting BY. Dragon's fire. Even better, causing a louder round of cheering to go all over the stadium. A few more announcements were made. Midnight was named umpire for every event going forward, and she made a small speech before finishing up with, before we truly begin, a small speech from this year's top student. Hearing this, the two scientists sat straight in their seats before saying in unison, oh no. Oh, gods. Melissa was confused by their reaction to this, but saw what they meant when Bakugo Katsuki took the stage and MIC. He looked oddly and off-puttingly calm, as he stood there with a neutral expression. I promise, he began to say while licking his lips, looking around at everyone, before his eyes darted to the VIP booths where he spotted Izuku and Egon trying to inconspicuously hide themselves. You don't think he sees me, do you? Izuku squeaked over to Egon, who was hidden in a book. The blonde boy sees his old friend and quickly goes from neutral to ravenous as he yells while pointing up at the green teen, to be better than you and show you up. Here and today. Everyone was struck silent for a long while at his statement of war and violence, until the whole stadium broke out into a booing storm at the teen. But he didn't care one bit as he kept his eyes firmly locked onto the green scientist who refused to meet his gaze. Yep, he does, Egon stated as he peeked past the top of his book with a confused Melissa trying to connect the dots. Who is that guy? She finally inquires, being unable to draw any conclusions from what happened. Just some alley trash UA brought in thinking it was gold. Izuku groaned as he looked away from the angry teen that was being pulled off the stage, still refusing to acknowledge his existence. After the mini fiasco made by Bakugo, the first two games of the festival have come and gone, with Bakugo being the winner of both, but always nearly tied with Todoroki. Once the final game was called and all remaining participants were put into battle teams, Izuku decided to take a break, seeing as Bakugo was the first one to fight. So he went into the stadium and found a drink dispenser to cool off and rehydrate. He hadn't even gotten a mouthful of the cold beverage before a familiar voice called to him saying, "Hey Izuku." Izuku nearly choked as he turned around to stare at the girl behind him. Taking a breath, he said, "Oh hey, Melissa. Thought you went to get something to eat." That was a lie. I just wanted to talk to you in private, she admitted to him before teetering on a subject and finally asking in a begrudging manner, "You and Egon didn't seem all too thrilled every time Uncle was in the spotlight. Why's that?" I kinda assumed everyone who isn't a villain doesn't like him. Izuku glared at her with a half-lidded gaze as he asked, "Really?" Realizing her mistake, Melissa corrected herself in a flustered mess. I said, "Assumed. When I was young, I probably should have added that." Izuku put aside his critical expression before adopting one of hesitation as he sighed to her. "Well, it's kinda personal, and knowing how much you look up to him, I didn't want to tell you." "Oh my. Did Uncle do something?" she asked him in a mix of intrigue and caution. "Well," Izuku began to see as he rubbed the back of his head. "Hey, you're Dr. Izuku Midoriya, right?" A new voice interrupted them. The two looked to the side, and standing a few yards down the hallway was a boy in the hero department uniform, sporting hair that was half red and white, two different colored eyes that were blue and brown, and a nasty-looking cold burn on the left side of his face, thinking about what he just answered carefully. Yes, and you are? Shoto Todoroki. The boy introduced himself. Wait, like, the son of Endeavor, Melissa chimed in. Shoto nods then replies in a cold tone. Yes. But that's not important. I need to speak to you alone. Izuku looks off and is nervous about this. When Melissa picked up on his reaction, she stepped in front and proclaimed, Whatever you say, you can say it to the both of us. Shoto groaned and conceded to her demands while saying, Fine. I have a question. You see, I've had these thoughts in my head just banging around and I need closure. Back at the lab when the villains attacked, I noticed you. Sorry, not into guys. Izuku shot back in a snappy tone, making Melissa chuckle. Shoto groaned at this and affirmed, Not like that. Anyway, despite your circumstances, you faced the impending challenge ahead with no fear or hesitation. And even if you did have fear, you pushed through it. How? How does someone without power manage to do anything, least of all fight in a life-or-death situation? How do you do it? Izuku finally realized what he meant and nodded to Melissa, making sure she understood. He walked down to Todoroki, placed a hand on his shoulder, and looked him in the eye with a smile. He explained to him, Todoroki, it doesn't matter if you have power or not, it's about willingness and duty. If you truly put your mind to it, you can accomplish anything, so long as it's marginally realistic. As Todoroki thinks on this, Melissa chimed in again and their eyes. I feel like there's more to this than what's on the surface. Izuku realizes what she means and comes to the same conclusion. Looking at the teen across from him, he inquired, Yeah, I mean, you have one of the most powerful quirks in the world right now. Why ask me about this? Shoto takes an unsteady breath as he asks back, Do you know what a quirk marriage is? Yeah, Izuku replied with a nod. Tightening his fists, he admitted while looking away, My parents were one of them. Time and time again my father tried to make a child whose only use was to surpass all might. Time and time again he failed until I came along. I knew Endeavor was always trying to one-up All Might, but I never would've expected he'd go that far for it, Melissa said in surprise with her mouth over her hand. Shoto grits his teeth as he continues to tell them, I was trained ruthlessly, and my mother was abused by him until she snapped and gave me this scar. From there on, I vowed to never use his power. I'd become a hero without using his flame. There was silence between the three of them for a long time until Melissa said out of nowhere, That's stupid, causing both boys to stare at her, one in disbelief and the other in rage. Realizing her mistake, she quickly corrected herself. What? I was talking about his train of thought, not the reasoning behind it. Izuku then too came to the same conclusion as she did and explained to Todoroki. Like Melissa was trying to say, you are thinking about this from the wrong angle. Sure, your fire comes from your father, but it's not his fire, it's yours. You're not hellfire, you're half hot, half cold. It's your power, Todoroki, no one else's. Shoto stepped away to absorb all this for a long while until he finally took a deep and calming breath. Melissa pats him on the shoulder for his use of words and Izuku smiles back at her. There's just one more thing, Shoto asked as he turned around and inquired in all seriousness, Are you Professor Egon's secret love child? Before they could process what they heard, a large thud was heard and the sight of Egon lying on the floor in an unconscious state graced them all, leading Izuku to exclaim, Egon, as he realizes the man has been eavesdropping the whole time. Good thing I brought the defibrillator. Melissa sighs exasperated as she pulls the device from her bag. As the girl tended to the man, Shoto inquired, Is this normal? More than you'd think, Izuku groaned in reply. After that, a silence fell upon them until Shoto piped up and told him, My question still stands. Of course, I'm not. That's crazy. He's my employer and mentor. Nothing else. Izuku exclaimed while waving his arms around. But he's dating your mom, he said back casually. Who told you? Izuku demanded as he pulled him by his collar and pulled him to his face. No one, it's all over the news, he told him as he pulled out his phone which had an article of Egon and Inko together. Izuku stares at the phone looking both red with frustration and pale with fear. Trying to calm himself, he says, Even if he is dating my mom, I'm still not his kid. He'd only be my stepdad. Holy Christmas tits, Egon yells as is brought back to life once again. And his back. Izuku huffs and he gets ready to tear the man a new one for several things. CH-71, Sports Festival Part 2. After Izuku finished shouting at Egon, he decided to take a small walk to calm down. During this, Melissa joined him and continued to look for answers during their previous conversation. Izuku, I want to know why you and Egon don't care for Uncle, Melissa asked him in a pleading tone. You don't trust me, Izuku told her in a flat yet serious, but that still didn't deter her as she pressed on and stated, oh come on, he's my uncle. I could talk to him about it. Maybe it's a misunderstanding. Oh no, it was clear, Izuku told her while looking wide-eyed at the floor. His old memories come back to haunt him. He shook his head, leaned against a wall, and told her, if you want to know, ask Egon and tell him I said it was okay. All Might had hidden himself away in a secret part of the stadium so he could rest outside his hero form. He would only have to do this for maybe another hour and he still had 2 left in him. So he took the opportunity to take a breather and drink some tea. Uncle. He suddenly heard a loud female voice call out to him behind the door of his room. He recognized the voice but couldn't believe it. So he opened the door and found a teary-eyed, red-faced, angry-looking Melissa. Taken aback by her sudden appearance and state of being, he tried to happily embrace her as he said, oh, Melissa, I didn't know you were here or on the mainland. How could you, Uncle? She yelled while pointing a finger in his face. How could I? He asked back. How could you tell someone they couldn't be a hero? She yelled at him. Taking a shocked expression, he tried to defend himself by saying, what? Melissa, I would never dash. But Melissa cut him off and stated, don't lie. I know you did. I heard it straight from the horse's mouth. You are supposed to be a pillar of hope, and yet your crush is someone else's. And for what? All Might looked around the room as if trying to search his memory and could only reply, I don't remember it, but it was probably for their good. Melissa stopped her angry expression, replacing it with neutral shock before going back to anger as she exclaimed, own good my foot. He was quirkless and you told him he couldn't. Have you forgotten that once upon a time you two were quirkless? All Might panicked and quickly covered her mouth and told her in a low hiss voice, keep your voice down. There's no one here, Uncle. It's why you are in this form, Melissa half shouted as she pulled his hands away before grabbing at her hair and looking to the ground, while ranting, I just can't believe you. You always told me when I was growing up that I could be whatever I put my heart into, and I wanted to be a scientist, and here I am now with the dream within my grasp. But here you are being a hypocrite. She turned her gaze back to him, looked him in the eye, and asked as tears began to flow down her face, was everything you said just a lie? Or was it because my dream was the safer one? Well, All Might tried to collect his thoughts, only for nothing to come out. However, Melissa stopped him and exclaimed, save your excuses. I don't wanna hear it. I just wanted to let you know that when you told him, he tried to kill himself. What? All Might exclaimed back. Yeah, and guess what? He almost succeeded if it weren't for his hero, she told him back while rapidly nodding her head, still refusing to break eye contact as she followed up by saying, and the ironic thing is that he wasn't even a hero, not even a police officer. Just some random Joe on the streets saved him, gave him a new purpose and everything. And you didn't. She then took several breaths before shouting with all her gusto, I hate you, Uncle. Realizing what she said, years filled her eyes and she turned tail while running as fast as she could, letting uncontrollable sobbing take her away. Melissa, wait. All Might tried to stop her but stopped his attempt as he felt blood run up his throat, causing him to bend over and cough violently. Seeing he was in no shape to go after her, he closed the doors, sat back down, and waited for his coughing fit to subside. Once he could breathe again, he sat there and took in all he had been told. He put his hands over his face, rubbed them hard, and groaned in shame. Afterward, he took out his phone, dialed a number, and hit the speaker so he wouldn't have to hold it to his ear. It hadn't rang for 3 seconds before it was picked up and a very angry old voice yelled at him, Toshi, you stupid brat. It's been 8 weeks since you last called me. Are you just checking to see if I died yet? Sensei, All Might said back in a small and weak tone, making the old man shut his mouth. Putting his hands over his face, he told him, I fucked up. I fucked up. Real bad. The old man gave a small sigh and told him, "Come to my place later this evening. We'll talk then." All Might smiled under his hands at hearing that offer, only for it to fade as soon as it followed up with, "And bring a cake. I want to cheat on my diet and I can't let my doctor know." A bit later, Melissa has retaken her seat alongside Izuku and Egon in the VIP viewing spot. The girl's eyes were red and swollen from all the crying she did and didn't do a good job of hiding what had happened before. She tried to wipe herself dry, but her tears had stained her shirt and her messy hair was another giveaway. Egon turned to the girl and asked, "I'm just gonna go out on a limb and guess you confronted him." She doesn't look at him, but nods nonetheless. Egon sighs and tells her, "Told you your image of him would have changed." Melissa hugged her knees to herself and said in a small voice, "I don't think I want to talk to my uncle for a while." Egon pats her shoulder and affirms for her, "Do it when you're ready." "Gotta say, things are picking up in this festival," Izuku stated, trying to break the conversation from the current topic and trying to cause a distraction, especially from that pink-haired girl from the support department. "All her gadgets are amazing," Egon agreed before laughing to himself as he congratulated, "Can't believe she was using the hero department student for commercialism." Then Melissa observed something and asked, "Hold on, what was her name again?" "My something. Ah, here it is. My Hatsumi." Izuku trailed off as he stared at the Jumbotron showing the names of the fighters. "You don't think?" Egon and Izuku turned to one another, speaking in sync as they looked at the girl out of bounds, waving to everyone around with a familiar expression on her face. "Oh dear gods, there's two of them," they both exclaimed, all while Melissa just stared at them in confusion. Sure, it was a bit strange that Hatsum had family, let alone ones like him, but that didn't mean it was a bad thing, right? Sometime later the final battle was underway with Bakugo versus Todoroki. The first fight involves mostly Todoroki on the defensive with his ice and Bakugo on the full offensive with his explosion and getting more and more aggressive with every attack. Eventually, Shoto changed it up and finally used his fire with his ice and was actually starting to keep Bakugo on the defensive. "Go Todoroki," Izuku cheered in a small tone. "Man, that Bakubrat sure is going ham," Egon groaned while rolling his eyes at the teen screaming like a crazed Viking juiced up on so many unknown drugs. "I can't believe he's just trying to show me up through second-hand intimidation," Izuku adds, feeling his good mood sour at seeing him act like this and even glaring up where they were. Taking note of this, Melissa asked them, "Do you know him?" Unfortunately, they both answered. Izuku was the one to explain the story and briefly summarized it for her. "Long story short, he was my old childhood friend turned tormentor with a huge ego and brittle self-worth. He was also the one to tell me to kill myself." "What?" she half yelled in shock. Izuku waved to her to calm down, then assured her, "It's fine, I've cut him off for good. He's dead to me," he said while tightening his fist and turning his gaze away, as the blonde teen looked up where he was. "Geez, can't you ever catch a break?" Melissa asked in bafflement. "We've been asking the same thing," the two scientists answered back. The end result of this fight was Bakugo taking the win, much to his disgruntled discrepancy. It was so bad he had to be knocked out by midnight, after which he and the other winners were raised up on a stage with their final placement. Bakugo, in typical fashion, had to be fully restrained like some wild animal and needed the medal to be forcefully placed on him like the bit and bridle of a horse. Once this was finished, present MIC announced the final applause. "Let's give a big round of applause for our Dash." But just before he could finish that thought, a very loud screaming sound came from the sky above. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked around for the strange sound in a slight panic. Melissa looked up at the sky and pointed to a shape. She asked, "What is that?" Izuku also looked up and saw the same strange shapes while telling Egon, "Up there." Egon takes out some high-tech binoculars and after adjusting them to counter the sun's glare, he says in disbelief, "Is that? No, it can't be." Suddenly he threw the binoculars down, grabbed the two kids, and hit the deck, while yelling, "Vempa!" From the sky emerged and swooped down over a dozen of the giant bat creatures. As they tried to snatch up people, they flew around circling the stadium full of people in full-blown panic. Heroes tried to calm and protect the people, but up against something like this, they were barely able to repress their own panic. That is until Torchwick took action. Every time a Vampa tried to snatch up one of the people in the outside viewing area, he would snatch them up in his teeth and actually manage to grab 3 of them before they wised up. That was when the dragon changed tactics and blew fireballs that burned so hot that the Vampa would vaporize. Unfortunately, this left hot fiery ash to rain down on the panicked crowd. Torchwick did this until there was only one left, a large female who saw Bakugo restrained in the center of the field and unguarded. So she flew down, broke the chain binding him, and snatched him up in her claws as she started to fly away. Just before she could get too far, Egon pulled out his laser eye splinter and shot the wing of the animal, causing it to lose control of its flight and fall to the open field below. The both of them landed hard, even with the other wings still able to help control the descent. When the Vampa regained her senses, she shook her body and looked around for her food. She quickly found it, and someone was guarding it. Standing before the huge animal was Izuku defending Bakugo with nothing. Fact the blonde boy despised with every fiber of his being, and showed it by trying to yell and attack him with the restraints still on him. The Vampa locked eyes with the unmoving boy, so she displayed a show of intimidation by standing on her hind legs and spreading her wings while screaming. When that didn't work, she tried to attack, only for the boy to pull out a splinter, and a sense of calm and sleep began to wash over the animal. The feeling was so strong that she just laid right down and went to sleep without fuss. Izuku petted the sleeping creature's head before sighing and looking up to the sky, while saying, "Looks like we've got a new problem." CH-72, stop, baby time. "I'm sorry, you want us to build a what?" Cho asked incredulously. "A weather machine. This is a top priority," Ijin repeated as if it were a simple task. Cho opens her mouth, closes it, opens it again, closes it again as she runs her eyes, sighs, then tells him, "We're already trying to build a secure base of operations on Pacifica, alongside several defenses around it to prevent more airdropped villains from other countries. A good thing Japan stopped doing that weeks ago. Guess they ran out," Hatsune said in a chipper tone. Egon blew air between his lips at the thought and stated, or wised up as they realized that I was taking measures against them. "Can you just explain why we need a weather machine?" Cho asked as she ran a hand through her already perfect hair. Egon gave her a small look, then lightly sassed, "Since you clearly weren't watching the sports festival or news recently. During the awards ceremony, a small flock of Vampas flew in and attacked. Luckily it was dealt with quickly." "Is that why there's one in the testing chambers?" Hatsune inquired while pointing a thumb back to the creature division where the Vampa was held. "If the Vampa can leave the island using the jet streams, then there is no doubt that the dragons could too. Also, it'll act as another layer of defense without having to use anti-aircraft turret ammo." Egon explained his insanity. "That makes more sense, but what is this other thing you put down?" "An ocean current manipulator," Cho asked while looking over the list of things that needed to be made. Egon waved her question off and explained, "That's a future project. Same as the weather machine, but to keep the ocean life living in the island's waters. For now, they stay because we altered them to want to stay, but what happens with the next generation? We didn't think about that, did we?" Hatsune awkwardly observed. They all had a group sweat drop as Egon told them, "Just do your best to get it done. The villain infestation is currently being worked on by Qualag and Ungoliant's kids, so you shouldn't have to worry about frequent attacks. Once those machines are installed, Pacifica will finally be safe and I will be at the World Conference meeting to stand my ground and stake my place." Just then Hanko rushed into his office, and knowing that body language and hurriedly attitude to break into his office during a private meeting, Egon knew something had gone awry. So taking a calm demeanor, he asked, "Yes, what seems to be the problem?" Hanko caught his breath and began to explain to him, not very well while approaching with something in his arms. Well, you see, I found a way to amplify an empty splinter by using sonic waves, putting it into a state equilibrium between positive and negative charge, and I dash dot." Egon groaned loud enough for him to stop as he followed up by telling him firmly, "Just stop explaining and show me the result." Without saying anything else, he turned his body to him and showed a small child that looked like a mini version of Izuku. Egon blinked at the child, then looked at the man as he asked in a deadly serious tone, "Please tell me that child isn't Izuku." Hanko nods as the head scientist follows up with, Will it wear off? Hankor nods again as Egon wipes a hand across his face and finishes up by asking, "Can you fix it?" "Yes, but it'll take time." Hankoi finally tells him in real words. Egon sighs as he takes the small boy, no older than Eri, into his arms and rubs his temples while saying, "Boy, I hope Inko doesn't find out or she'll have a cow." Just then, Cho and Hatsuma are about to leave the room in this awkward situation. In walks between them the woman who was just spoken of. Egon saw this, and went pale with cold sweat as he muttered to himself, "Shit. So someone wanted a list of all the characters I've created or brought over from other properties, so here they are. I may update it sometime to show who or what I added." So without further ado, the list of OCS and characters from other properties that have appeared in the storyline. OCS. Professor Egon Cristallo, the second protagonist of the story and the man who saved Izuku from absolution at his own hands, giving him a new purpose and a new dream. Dr. Cluck Orpington, a normal chicken who gained sentience through an experiment. She has a large brain and an unassuming appearance, which she used to her advantage. Professor Otto Cephalopod, a normal Pacific octopus given sentience through an experiment. He's the more level-headed of his partner, Dr. Orpington. Professor Kobayashi Cho, the retired military officer turned scientist who has one eye and a lot of spunk. A genuine in weapons and defense, she's solely in charge of running the weapon division. Dr. Shusha Hatsuma, a curiously crazy man with an even crazier imagination and a crazy intelligence. Possessing one eye, pink hair, and in charge of the robotic division, he had the most important task of running everything automated. Dr. Enema Genus, the ever-changing man with a dream to do even more in the purest of helping the well-being of animals around the world, and runs the creature division. Although inspired, he tends to be unendingly reckless to the point he makes monsters by mistake. Professor Hankoi Suru, the previous singer-turned-scientist with a dark past. Although song has ruined and tortured him his whole life, he runs the sound division and discovered things about splinters that no one else has. Morgana, the woman who is 3-in-1, Morgana acts as the original while how other parts, Megan, Millicent, and Morgan act as he offshoots. The three girls don't like to be one being and are usually separate and working as the front desk lady, secretary, and daily organizer. Dr. Pamela Hollohawk, a woman who knows more about plants than meats the eye and runs the plant division. She has a strong personality coupled with a stronger mind and a wild head of hair. Prime Minister Lily, the currently acting head of government in Japan. She's strict and cold with no room for jokes, but understands the concept of toleration and lesser evil. Pete, the mascot of NIP, who was created by Izuku during his first testings with the splinters. He may seem dumb, but he is more aware than others. Notice Gammoth, the second creature Izuku created using the splinters. She used to be an elephant calf that was then turned into a mammoth and then a full-grown adult, acting as a pet and companion to Izuku. Torchwick, the third creature Izuku created, and this time by complete accident. He was a normal gecko, egg before hatching into a small dragon that grew too large and fast to be housed, so he was moved to Pacifica, where he sits as one of the top rulers alongside his dozens of asexuality-created kin. Victor Petrov, a foreign man with a dangerously powerful quirk. He came to NIP out of desperation to remove his quirk. In doing so, he died. Anya Agapov, Victor's first, oldest, and only friend. She was killed and brought back to life, losing her first friend in the process. She was told of his death many years later, finally getting closure. Characters from other properties. Aiko Miyazaki, Honey Lemon, Big Hero 6, a peppy woman with more energy than Hatsuma and a love for chemistry. She solely runs the chemical division and has made many discoveries. Dr. Tonitoni Chopper, One Piece, the apprentice of Doctrine and a young man with a bright dream and a golden heart. He is a reindeer with the power to change forms and runs the medical division with his mentor. Dr. Kira, Doctrine, One Piece, a stern and shrewd older woman who somehow managed to extend her life expectancy by 10-fold. She teaches Chopper the way of medicine and runs the medical division with him. Dr. Albert W. Wiley, Mega Man, a manic man with a hyper-intellectual to make highly proficient robots of any kind. He always seems to have a second agenda, but so long as he works for NIP he can't do much. Mega Man, the creation of Dr. Light and his greatest creation, mentioned by Wiley. Dr. Light Megamind, the rival of Wily, mentioned by name once. Anna Marie, Rouge, Marvel, a mysterious young woman who flew into the facilities for help one day and after taking down her former mother, she's become a bodyguard. Her quirk allows her to absorb the memories, emotions, physiology, and abilities of others at the price of their own detriment. Mystique Marvel, the second in command in the Brotherhood of Mutants in NY, a skilled assassin and shapeshifter. She raised Rouge from a young age and taught her the wrong way to use her abilities. Blob Marvel, a member of the Brotherhood of Mutants with the abilities of superhuman strength, kinetic energy absorption, and his own gravitational force that prevents him from being knocked over. Toad Marvel, a member of the Brotherhood of Mutants with the appearance and abilities of a toad, also his super gross. Pyro Marvel, a member of the Brotherhood of Mutants with the ability to manipulate the shape, color, power, and heat of fire. Quicksilver Marvel, a member of the Brotherhood of Mutants with the ability to run at high speeds and is the oldest son of the Brotherhood of Mutants. Leader. Avalanche Marvel, a member of the Brotherhood of Mutants with the ability to cause earthquakes of any intensity. Professor Robbie, the Legend of Zelda, a scientist from an unknown tribe, hidden away who came to Japan with his friend Pura, his maniac, over the top, and a true out-of-the-box genius who helped power and upgrade the robots with ancient technology. Professor Pura, the Legend of Zelda, a scientist from an unknown tribe, hidden away who came to Japan with his friend Robbie. She is cool, calm, level-headed, but always ready to take risks, and the creator of the aptly named Pura Pad. Starro DC, a strange alien starfish that landed and was trapped in a subterranean cave for hundreds of years. After being free, he is now a member of NIP as he waits for them to unlock interstellar travel and find his long-lost home world. Ungoliant LOTR series, she was once the beloved companion of Hankoi, before exposing herself to the pure radiation from the Singularity Soul and becoming a giant spider monster. She now resides on Pacifica as one of the top rulers and protectors of the island with her dozens of children. Quelaag Dark Souls 1, once known as Peter Parker, he drank the sentient flesh nodes that dropped off Ungoliant and turned him into a half-spider monster. He reverses Ungoliant like a goddess and will do anything she asks of him, no matter the task. Yeah, sorry about the super short chapter. Someone gave me an idea with this, but I honestly had no idea how to take it from here. So yeah, this is it. It was also supposed to be an exorbitous chapter to get the ball rolling on things to come and stuff. Anyway, please review and have a plus ultra day. CH73, the hero killer. I'm going out for some air, Izuku called out as he headed towards the exit door. Egon, who was staring at a variety of chemicals and mixing them, looked up and removed his goggles while asking, "At this hour? But we were closing in an hour." Izuku put up his lab coat on a hanger and told him, "Don't worry, I'll be back. Before then, I'm taking Camila." "Camila? Oh, you mean the vampire. I still don't know why you insisted on keeping it." Egon questions him with a judgmental glare. "I used the good boy splinter on it, so it's too friendly towards humans. Plus it's a good opportunity to study its biology in depth. Also, air travel to avoid anyone wanting to attack me. And I've always wanted a pet," Izuku explained to him, while putting on a sweatshirt and sick mask to disguise himself. "Then what the hell am I keeping Pete around for?" Egon asks as he points to the dodo bird peck at a child-sized xylophone. Izuku rolls his eyes at the question and tells him, "He's the mascot and your pet. So, let me have my weird animal sidekick." Egon just shrugs disgruntledly while putting his goggles back on and returning to his work. Izuku left the work area, walked to the creature division, opened the container, brought out Camila, led her to the exit door, hopped on her back, and flew off into the night sky. Izuku sat back on the giant bat as he took in the fresh, cool air, the lights and sound of the city, and the calming atmosphere it all brought together. It has been so long since he last felt this relaxed, so moments like these were a true heaven for him. That is until he heard the sound of explosions and screaming. Looking down, he saw more of those Nomu creatures causing a disaster across the city. Izuku knew he shouldn't get involved in this sort of thing, especially since several heroes were on the scene, and so he didn't. He had enough to deal with on his plate. He wasn't about to add this to the pile. So he decided to turn back and tell Egon what was going on. Maybe once the Nomus were dead, they could get their hands on their bodies in order to study them. However, he didn't get very far when something below caught his eye. Using his high-tech binoculars, he peeked down and saw an ongoing battle in a secluded alleyway. It was the pro-hero native, who was unconscious and unmoving, alongside one of the UA hero students, the pro-hero Engium's little brother. He was also no longer moving as he lay on the ground and glared up at someone. Izuku then turned his attention to the person looming over him and saw what looked like a real grade slasher horror movie villain. Izuku tried to zoom in on his face, but the person looked up and seemed to catch sight of him. The person then threw something, and before he could react, Camilla screamed in pain before taking a nosedive. Izuku grabbed onto the bat's fur and held on as they slammed against a building before he was thrown off and then hit by several more alleyway objects and structures. He bounced and rolled off them, allowing his weak body to have a broken fall before rolling across the dirt alley and laying in a pool of his own pain. After getting the pain out of his body, he managed to carefully sit up before he saw the tip of a blade pointing right at his face. He screamed and jumped back, skidding away until he hit a wall and saw who the blade belonged to. He heard about this person in the news so often, but he never expected to see him in the flesh. The hero killer Stain. The crazed and dangerous-looking man glared down at him and hissed while bringing his sword to his neck. "Thought you could sneak up on me, a hero?" Izuku's mind raced from fear, but he managed to blabber out the sentence that saved his skin. "WW8. I am not a hero," he frantically told him. Stain took the blade from his neck but kept it pointed as he asked, "You're not?" "No, I'm a scientist," Izuku assures him while waking his head. Stain then used his sword to cut the sick mask on his face and looked at it while observing his physique, of which he had none. He could see this kid wasn't trained or being tempered into a hero of any kind. He was just some average nobody in his eyes. Stain clicked his tongue and pointed his sword away from him as he looked towards the pro and young hero in training. Seeing this, Izuku sprang from his feet, took a mock fighting stance, and told the killer, "BB, but I'm not gonna let you hurt them." Stain turned back to Izuku, rested his sword on his shoulder, and told him, "Get lost, kid. I don't kill off random people. Besides, you ain't got no power over me." Izuku realized he was right. I'm his need for relaxation and fresh air. He had forgotten to grab a splinter. Even if he did fight, it could only go one of two ways. He'd die quickly or get knocked out. But even still, he ran in front of the killer, blocking him as he turned back to the heroes and proclaimed, "Maybe so, but a true hero always stands up for what's right and takes on every challenge no matter the danger, and smiles through it all to give hope." Stain was struck in stunned silence as he heard the boy's words. His tense and ready body was brought to a state of relaxation as he said in a small voice, "Maybe you are a hero." Izuku then noticed something rising up behind the madman. Realizing what it was, a new sneaky smile crossed his lips as he told him, "And you forgot." This piqued Stain's interest as he asked back, "Forgot what?" "What's right behind you?" Izuku told him while making a spin motion with his fingertip. Before Stain could guess what he meant by that, he felt something hot hit the back of his neck, followed by the insane urge to run for his life. Turning around slowly, in the shadow of something huge, he met with two piercing beady eyes that claw through his soul. He didn't even have time to catch his breath as the vampire snatched him up in her wings and sank her fangs into his neck. Camilla sucked and sucked with a force like no other. Stain could feel the warmth leave his body as the bat fed on him. If he didn't act fast, he'd die of blood loss. Since his arms were pinned to his body, he used the spikes on his knees to stroke the hat. Camilla screeched in pain, letting go of the man as he quickly retrieved his sword and slashed across its body. Camilla screeched again, but this time it came out in a hypersonic blast and knocked the man away, allowing her to jump in the air and circle the area, quickly getting up from the ground and smacking the ringing sound from his ears. Stain retrieved the blade and licked the fresh blood on it. He watched as the bat fell towards the buildings, but instead of slamming into it, it grabbed onto the side, vibrated violently, and then glared daggers at him. It was at that moment he realized the bat was immune to his quirk. Camilla jumped from her perch and flew down towards the man, who retorted by throwing knives at it, only for the vampire to suddenly burst into a cloud of small, bat-like creatures that swarmed around him. Stain tried in vain to swat them away with his sword, but things took a turn for the worst when the swarm disappeared. And so did the vampire. Stain looked around, ready and on guard, sword at the ready to strike. What he didn't notice was the strange shape that was perfectly camouflaged in the moonlight. It circled around before going into a dive straight for him. But this time, Stain was prepared. Once he felt something coming in from behind and fast, he spun around and drove his sword into the animal's chest. It screams in pain and Stain flings the animal over his shoulder and into some trash cans. Camila appeared to lay dead and Stain nearly let relief wash over until he saw the vampire get up from the ground and turn around while showing its new wound, being to rapidly heal until there was nothing left. Stain was in shock and awe at this, and before he could make a move against the creature, she took a deep breath in and released a cloud of thick green fog that covered every part of the alleyway. Stain tries his best to maneuver around the fog, but no matter what he tries he can see his own hand in it. So he decided to find a wall and scale it in order to get a bird's eye view. However, he never got to start his search for the inner wall as he felt something right behind him. He tried a wild slash but got nothing but the fog. Every time he felt something bare he'd slash but get nothing. After a while, he started to lose it and decided the best thing would be to make a break for it. However, he never got to it as something hit him from behind and caused him to lose his sword. Instead of retrieval, he ran, but not for long as something was thrown at him, and before he realized it he was pinned to the ground from his arms and legs by a mysterious thick, pale, stick, gel-like substance. He tried to break free but found it was impossible as the gel was sticking to the ground just as hard as it was to him. But before he could think up something to do, Camila appeared through the fog. She walked over to the trapped man and spat something out of her mouth beside him. Stain saw how it looked just like the stuff restraining him to the ground, and realized this was another of its abilities, some kind of natural glue material. But that didn't matter now as the vampire looked down on him like a hungry man looks at a steak, and before he knew it, she licked her lips and plunged her teeth into his neck. When the fog finally lifted, Izuku had laid Native and Engium's brother out on the alleyway ready to be taken away, though Engium's brother didn't seem too happy about this arrangement. Even so, once he had them lying at the mouth of the alleyway, he turned around to meet a very satisfied Camila who was licking her red-stained lips. Izuku knew what had happened and accepted it, knowing it was the lesser of two evils. He petted the bat's head, climbed into her back, and took off into the night sky, vanishing from sight as the bat camouflaged into the moonlight. Izuku knew when Ijin hears about this, and he knows the man would either faint or chew him out, and he didn't like any option better than the other. CH-74, new place, new home. Come on people, chop chop. We gotta get this whole place cleaned out so we can fully move into the new facility. And with another wrap pad being installed, we have to do this the old-fashioned way. Egon called out to the small army of scientists, movers, and robots working feverishly to pack and empty out the semi-demolished facility. Egon looked down at his pad, full of notes as he made and crossed off checklists of things they needed to do, things that people with certain skills needed to get done, and which things needed to be done in what order. However, his train of thought was interpreted by a new voice clearing their throat. Ahem, Professor Egon, a moment of your time, the voice asked as Egon turned around, looking very stressed out. Not now, I'm in the middle of it's you all might. You sound different. What are you doing here? Egon asked as he saw the name in his civilian form, standing behind him. Before the event, if the sports festival principal Nezu is bought, it would be best for him and Izuku to know the real All Might, as both a show of great trust, thanks, and closure in case he was caught not looking like his glamorous media self, though Egon had already figured it out in great part to Izuku, as the boy would stress to him all his bad memories and feelings, most of which either Bakugo or All Might would be brought up. Before I answer that, can you tell me what's going on here? The much smaller and frail man asked as he pointedly looked around the outside of the building, where Egon was directing its traffic. The new facility we were having built is finally finished, so we're moving everything to that one, Egon answered. What about the one you have now? All Might inquired. Egon waved his hand at his concerns and confusion while telling him, we're not getting rid of it. We're going to be completely remodeling it into a storage facility. With what we do, we're gonna need way more space. Just gotta get everything out before the construction company can start. He then looked up to the man past his glasses and asked him in a pushy tone, "Now answer my question. Person who now works for you." And that same person almost committed, self. Die because of it. "YA sure did." Egon agreed in a slightly aggressive tone. All Might sighs at his reaction and asks him while kneeling on the ground, "I just wanted to come and apologize to that person. Please. Get up, All Might." Egon half shouted at him, then found himself surprised to feel how light he was. After getting the thought out of his head, he told him, "Look, I'll be blunt, he doesn't want to see you. He's already got a lot of shit to unpack and he's not ready for you. He's still taking lots of baby steps." "I understand." All Might says in an understanding yet disgruntled tone, "May I at least offer one olive branch in the least to keep our relationship from becoming more strained?" he offered. Egon sighs as he runs his eyes and then begrudgingly accepts. "Guess I owe it to you to just hear you out. Whatcha got?" Stepping to the side and motioning with his hand, Egon sees a young man standing beside the hero. He's tall, built like a brick house, with blonde hair and 2 eyes that only seem to be pupils, like some old cartoon character. After coughing a bit, All Might introduced, "This here is my prodigy, Mirio Tagata, or as is called Lemelion. He needs a few more hours of community service, so I thought you like another pair of hands." Mirio rings up excitedly to Egon, grabbing his free hand and shaking it roughly as the boy says, "Greetings, sir. It's very nice to meet you. I've heard much about your facility and work and find it to be truly inspirational. I hope you'll allow me to help you in sorting out your current place of residency." Egon squints his eyes as he looks at the young man and then dumbly inquires, "Have we met before?" Mirio blinked at him a few times before answering, "I don't think so. I swear I've seen you in a comic. 1010 or tinfoil or something like that." Egon blabbered out, making both men present stare at him in awkward silence. Egon dropped the subject and then told him, "Anyway, yeah, I guess we could use all the help we can get. It's so much work to do, even with a small army of robots." "Thank you so much, sir. I'll do my best to impress you," Mirio excitedly stated as he ran towards the building, the cap of his hero suit flying behind him. Once out of earshot, Egon turns to All Might and asks, "Nice kid, but he's super strange. Where'd you scrape him off from?" "Haha. It's a long story." All Might laughs while wiping blood from his mouth. Later that same day, "Ladies and gentlemen of the press, thank you one and all for coming today," Egon said on a stage before a huge crowd of reporters as dozens of cameras flashed his pictures. He motions to the new larger building behind him, the one that outsized the one before, and explained, "As you can see behind me, NIP's newest facility has finally completed its construction for its official grand opening." The crowd clapped and pictures were snapped as Egon raised his hand to silence them. Once quiet again, he continues saying, "Before going any further, I'd like to give a word of thanks to the many generous donations from the people of Japan, the aid from UA, and All Might's portage for helping us move on such short notice. I guess the press didn't know about the portage part. Guess I should have left that out." Egon's sweat dropped to his blunder. Egon attempted to get the crowd's attention several times, eventually exclaiming, "Ladies and gentlemen, please. I understand that All Might is still very much a big deal. But please, this is not about him or his potential successor. It's to show you our latest and greatest that we've been forget it." But they were all focused and trying to shout over one another to get even a question out of the young man who was already getting blinded by the flashing lights. Finally, he gave up and thought he'd have to end it here since no one was giving him a bit of attention. But just before he could end it there, something fast flew from above their heads, causing the crowd of reporters to break their attention from the blonde teen and duck their heads while panicking at what could be a threat. As they began to dull down the panic, they saw 2 objects sitting aloft in the air beside Egon, who was equally surprised at their showing. Egon was wondering why their newest creations were revealed in such a way until Izuku stopped up on the stage and patted his shoulder with a smile. Egon knew that Izuku was the one who told the 2 pilots to make their appearances like that and let the teen take it from there, as the co-ed was still somewhat panicked and confused seeing the 2 flying oddities. Izuku tapped the MIC and said, "I see that got your attention." All eyes turned to him, piecing together what was happening as Izuku explained, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to show you all to the GOBLN and VULTR military combat suites. These high-tech suits grant many abilities and improvements to modern-day military equipment and armor. Lightweight and breathable, yet 10 times more durable than Kevlar. The suits also give the wearer a form of super strength and durability. How can the armor be this good? Well, I'll show you. Suddenly one of the security turrets sprang up from the ground and began to assault both people with a hail of gunfire that they did little to dodge or cover apart from blocking their faces. After the assault ended, the two flying people were seen completely unscathed by the attack, much to the amazement of the reporters. Izuku looked between the pilots and the reporters while showing off, as you can see, not a scratch on them. The armor is nearly invulnerable to most firearms. Ammunition. In addition, thanks to a special product we placed into the fiber, the suite can turn completely invisible and can create a cloud of darkness around it that cannot be broken by any light source. And I'm sure you love the flying capabilities of each suit. The GOBLN glider, although slow, can make tight turns and ascend and descend quite quickly. Equipped with its own set of weapons including blades, lasers, and bombs. The VULTR flight suit can fly at top speeds and remain in the air for long periods due to its magnetic field generator. In addition, it's outfitted with its weapons including blades and a magnetic field distortion. As he explained every feature, the two pilots riding the glider and wingsuit flew around like a display of show as they used every feature on their armor and vehicles. This caused the reporters to lose their confusion and fear as they began to clap and cheer at the in-flight show they had. Izuku then got serious for a moment and told them, and now to veer this show with a bit of news. I'm sure you all remember when vampires attacked the UA Sports Festival a few weeks back. Well, I'm happy to tell you that such an event will never happen again. We've currently set up a weather machine on Pacifica to keep any of the large flying creatures from exiting the island's borders. As he assured them, a large screen was raised on the stage and a projector showed a picture of the island, the machine, and the vampire. It then changed to a chart with several medical talks on it as Izuku explained further. Back to our showings, as you can see by this chart, we have made several different cures to many diseases, including neurological. Thanks in great part to Dr. Tonitoni Chopper. These cures will be mass-produced and sent out to any and every hospital. This got the crowd excited as they all tried to talk over one another to ask about the cures provided, but Izuku waved them down. He cleared his throat as he told them, "The next thing I'd like to introduce to you all is our new top-of-the-line defense droids for our facility. Due to the recent attacks, we've had to up the ante and killer instinct on defense. In doing so, and in great part due to the robotics genius of Professor Shusha Hatsum and Dr. Albert Wiley, allow me to introduce you to the Valkyries." As he said this, several different kinds of robots appeared around the stage and posed for the reporters as 9 figures descended from the sky like angels. When they landed, everyone got a good look at these top-of-the-line robots and were surprised by their design. They were designed like women, naked women, with slim yet muscular physiques. Their heads were covered in helmets that each had a different design. On their backs spread a set of mechanical wings that emitted energy like light as feather tips. Think Mercy from Overwatch. Despite looking nearly identical to humans, apart from their metal exterior, their helmeted faces possess no animation, making them look as cold and robotic as they appeared. These metallic beauties are a wonder of splinter technology and robotics. They can fight and move exactly like a human being with many more obvious strong suits. They can fly, are durable enough to take a nuclear bomb and still operate. Come equipped with the highest level of AI we have to date, weapons of unmatched power, adaptability, and currently we have 9 in total. Izuku lightly boasted about their new creations, only for a score of hands to go up in question. Questions that Izuku already knew, and with a dejected and aggravated sigh he listed off in frustration. "To answer all the questions I know you have, yes, I'm quite aware that they appear as naked female humans. I was not aware of this design choice, and they are robots, so please don't think about it too hard. No, you cannot purchase one for yourself as they are extremely expensive to make and are only used for defense. And no, you can't do that with them, and no one in our facility has tried. And again, they are robots. If you want some robusi, please go home to your electric toaster. All hands fell from the air and Izuku sighed once more as he rubbed his eyes. Before continuing, we've also made great leaps and bounds in the world of robotics. As such, we've made far more other smaller and weaker robots to help in case of a full-blown invasion by a small army. These are called the Man series, once again made by Professor Shusha Hatsume and Dr. Albert Wiley. These lesser robots are under the control and direction of the far more advanced robots in the Man series. As he explained this, several robots who looked like they jumped out of an 80s shonen manga appeared around the stage with the other bots and struck poses before all the reporters who took pictures of them. Introducing Proto Man, Blade Man, Pharaoh Man, Shadow Man, Needle Man, and Skull Man, with many more in the works. After things settled down, Izuku took a far more solemn tone as he told the crowd. Now on to our last piece of news we have for all of you. This got the crowd both intrigued and excited as he continued with a heavy tone in his voice. Now I'm sure many of you have been wondering what is the large covered object behind me. Well, Valkyries, if you'd please. As several of the robots and the two pilots flew off on their machines, the Valkyries stayed behind and using their wings flew up towards the giant sheet as they pulled it away revealed a large bronze statue of a man, which Izuku explained. This statue before you is solely dedicated to one exceptionally brave man. A man who put his life on the line in the name of science and died because of it. This brave man was Viktor Petrov. And now I'd like to give a moment of silence for his passing. The reporters listened and for once stood in a moment of silence before the statue of the man until Izuku broke the sense with a shaky breath. There he told them. However, through his sacrifice, it gave us the push we need to discover and start our new initiative. This got more confused noises from the crowd as they all murmured to one another what that could potentially mean, which Izuku followed up by saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to explain to you the Quirk Extraction Initiative, or QEI for short. This initiative is solely dedicated to extracting quirks from a body." The logo for the plan appeared on the projector and a roar of people followed up, voicing their frustrations, concerns, and conclusions they are jumping to. Izuku fully expected this and was more than prepared, mentally, for the potential falling out. So he tried his best to raise his voice over their yelling as he assured them, "Calm down and please let me explain before you try and put my head on a pike." As they went quiet for a moment, he breathed and explained in depth, "The only goal of this is to help people. Now I'm sure there are many of you out there who are hindered by your quirk rather than helped by it. I'm sure many of you consider it more of a curse or even a handicap rather than a gift. Maybe it causes you pain, makes you unsightly, or even both. Maybe you wish you had something different, or simply never had it at all. Well, that's what we aim to do. We want to help people like you to live a better life. Thanks to our extensive research we have found a proof, and most importantly, safe way to extract a quirk from a human body with a 99.9% chance of success and a 0.05% chance of lasting effects or death." With this, the crowd began to calm down much faster as the aim was far more clear than before, allowing Izuku to talk normally as he told them, "This service will be completely free to anyone and everyone. As for what we do with the extracted quirks is completely top secret. Having said this, the quirks don't go away and we also offer a service to place a quirk into another body. However, this one is to be paid for. And before any of you think you can get 2 or 3 extra quirks, allow me to show you just a few examples of what happens when such a thing happens." With that, he motions to the projector screen once again and clips of writhing mass of flesh with eyes where there shouldn't be any began to show up one after the other. Each one was more horrible to look at than the last, causing the reaction they were hoping for from the crowd. Horror mixed with disgust and surprise. Fortunately, these were any multiquirk experiments they performed on lab mice. Instead, they were just newly made mimicuties without the protective outer shell. After the projector went dead and ceased showing off more body horror images, Izuku asked the reporters, "Any questions?" CH-75, Megaman Brat. Dr. Light. Dr. Light, a young boy in blue attire yelled as he ran through the hallways of a technologically advanced building until he burst through an automatic door. The man he was looking for, Dr. Light, was sitting down at his chair looking over schematics as he sipped on a cup of coffee. He turned his head to the exhausted boy and answered, "Yes, Rock, my boy, what seems to be the woe?" "Come with me now," the boy, Rock, exclaimed as he pulled the old bearded man out of his chair and into the hallway towards the living room. "Whatever seems to be the hurry? I haven't even finished my coffee, Doctor," Light asked as he tried to keep pace at the smaller boy's level. "Coffee later. TV now," Rock yelled as he finally pulled him through the living room door. Finally being able to stand back up straight, he cracked his old back and asked as the boy jumped in front of the TV, "Come now, my boy, I thought I told you that too much TV would be Dr. Wily." As the old man yelled this, a young girl named Roll, who looked to be related to Rock, heard this and dropped the vacuum she was using to clean, while a robotic dog woke up from its nap. On the TV was a live video feed of the news directly from NIP, where Dr. Wily was explaining in detail about the man's series, Robots and Masters Robots. Rock rapidly nods his head and tells the old man, "Yes, he's been working with this place called NAP. NIP, my boy. It's an anagram. But I say, he must have manipulated or flown under their radar to not know his transgressions. No self-respecting place of scientific business would ever hire that man," Light exclaimed while putting his hand into his fist, making a point that all residents of the house agreed with loud sounds. "So what should we do? He's already recreated the man series and no doubt the Robot Masters," Rock asked. Light stroked his beard in thought before petting the young boy's metallic hair as he assured him, "Not to worry, my boy. I shall forward all incrementing evidence of Dr. Wile's wrongdoings. He'll be out of there in 24 hours. Later that day at NIP. "Strange," Izuku said aloud as he was on his computer. "What?" Egon asked, as he sat in his office, organizing papers the teen had been putting off. "Some anonymous email just sent me a whole bunch of dirt on Wily," Izuku told him, only to shrug and say nonchalantly, "But it's nothing that I don't already know. Not even an hour after the interview, and Albert's enemies are already trying to smear him." Egon chuckled at the irony of it. "Delete?" Izuku asked. "Deleted," Egon agreed, and the teen deleted the message. Later that same week, "Dr. Light," Rock said carefully as he entered the room, making the man turn to the boy as he informed him, "He's still working there." Light groans at this news and sighs loudly before telling the boy, "Well, then it looks like we'll have to take drastic measures. Either he's manipulated them, brainwashed them, or they are freely working for him. Either way, you have to go there and stop him." Rock does a mock salute as his clothing turns into blue battle armor and he says, "You can count on me, Doc L. Come one rush, let's take down Dr. Wily once and for all," he says to the robot dog as a blue helmet with red side decorations manifest onto his head. That same day at NIP, Egon felt his phone ring in his pocket as he walked the hallways and picked it up. Without looking at the caller ID, he greeted the person on the other end before they told him, "Sir, there's a small fast-moving object headed for our facility." "What? Like a stealth bomber?" Egon asked her back. "Smaller, much smaller, and much quicker. It'll be here in 5 seconds, Pura informed him in a calm tone. Egon's eyes went wide as he yelled back, 5 seconds? Then what are you doing? Waiting for a miracle? Activate the defense measures." "They are. It's moving too fast for them to calibrate properly," Pura told him, while trying to keep a calm outlook. Egon groaned out one last, "Damn it," before he heard an explosion hit somewhere in the facility. "Oh, for fuck's sake," he grumbled as he ran into where the sound came from while using a tracker on his phone to pinpoint the area of entry. Once he got to the spot, the break room, he yelled through the doorway, "We just had this damn place built." When the dust settles, 2 figures stand in the rubble in different poses. One of them says in a child's voice, "Sorry for the destruction of property," but no one moves. "Where is he?" The young boy, now seen as Rock, held out his arm cannon as his robot dog, Rush, bared his metal teeth in a threatening display as the few people in the break room looked on with a mix of unamusement and irritation. "Where is who? And who are you?" Egon demanded back, showing no fear as he walked straight up to the robo-doe with no fear. Taken aback by this, Rick almost falters with his introduction as he says with a wink and a peace sign, "I'm the mighty Mega Man." "So you're the one Wily always gripes about," Izuku, who was in the break room before, says aloud. "You're just as annoying as he says." Cluck groans while rolling her eyes. Mega Man ran up to the two scientists and demanded in a way that made him look like he was trying far too hard. Aha! So you do know. So where is he here? Where's Wily? Before anyone could answer him or try to negotiate, Wily walked into the break room and stated, "My ears were burning in the other room. Is someone dash dot?" He trails off as his eyes meet with the young robots, only for the old man to yell out in surprise, "Mega Man!" "Dr. Wily!" Mega Man yells back, reading his arm cannon as the old man screams like a cartoon character before running away. "Hey, get back here!" Mega Man yells after the old man as Rush follows behind and barks, "Call the Valkyries." Izuku commands as the three people run out of the room. Wily ran like his life depended on it. In this case, it did. So he ran as fast as his legs could carry him, which wasn't much since he was so old and his pursuer was a biomechanical child and his robo-dog. So he screamed and ran since that was all he could do as he heard the metal footsteps of Mega Man and Rush behind him, accompanied by the sound of his arm cannon firing off those P-shots he was known for. His only hope at this point was the automatic defense system in the building. Luckily for him, they activated as soon as he ran past them. A hail of gunfire was shot upon the robot, but he activated his leaf shield to block them and ran out of range. Then a turret shot out cluster bombs, but the robot used his magnet beam to grab and throw them back. Next was the robot arms that tried to grab him, but using his strong arm he ripped off each metal arm like they were nothing. And his final line of defense came in the form of the Tesla gate. Luckily Mega Man didn't notice the gate sparking, and once he reached its precipice, the mechanical boy and his dog got zapped. Wily stopped and laughed in the face of his victory, only to recall his jubilation when he saw the two robots standing up after getting shocked with millions of watts of power. He got up and used his thunder beam to break the gate. Wily ran screaming once more as Mega Man launched his rolling cutter at him, only for it to hit a wall when he turned a corner. Turning the corner as well, Mega Man used his firestorm in the tight hallway, only for Wily to duck into an empty room. Mega Man and Rush follow after and see the man trying to exit the room from a different door. So the robot uses his ice slasher and freezes the other door shut. Wily cowers as Mega Man runs up, jumps into the air, and lands on Rush, who lifts him higher, only for the robot boy to jump off with a fully charged plasma cannon shot. At the same time, Izuku and Egon rush into the room, splinters in hand, only to watch Wily get vaporized by the bright light of energy coming from the robot's arm. When the light dies down, Wily looks like little more than a pile of burnt flesh. Both men are shocked at this scene as Mega Man looks on in pride. "Oh my god, he killed Dash." Izuku began to yell, only to watch Wily's head spring from his neck on a spring and trail off as he said, "Wily." "A robot," Egon exclaimed after observing the man-turned machine. After tapping the machine and watching it fall over, Egon asks, "Wait, was Albert a robot this whole time? Then where's the real deal?" Suddenly the PA speaker came to life and a familiar voice yelled at him, "I'm not a robot, you idiot. I made a robot. I call it my Wily bot." "Dr. Wily," Mega Man exclaimed while pointing his arm cannon towards one of the speakers. Wily cackled maniacally before monologuing, "So we meet again, Mega Man brat. And your mechanical mutt too. I see Dr. Light has once again sent you to do his dirty work. The old coward." Mega Man grits his teeth before arguing back. "Dr. Light is no coward. He trusts me to get the job done. And that's what I intend to do. Your days of villainy are over. Prepare to dash dot." But Wily didn't give him the chance to finish as he grew very impatient very quickly and yelled at the mechanical boy, "Oh, will you shut it, you goody-goody." 2-bit shonen protagonist wannabe speech. I've heard that same sort of speech 100 times from so-called do-gooders like yourself. If you're going to preach to me, at least say something I haven't heard before. You're practically preaching to the choir at this point. Mega Man was taken aback by the old man's forwardness, and while crossing his arms with a pout he complained, "Well, you don't have to be rude about it." Wily smacks his head hard enough for it to be years over the speakers and he irritatedly gripes, "Oh, forget this. Valkyries, disassemble this robo-brat and his pooch once and for all." Mega Man and Rush get into a twin fighting position before the young robot gloats, "Ha! Throw as many of your robot masters as you'd like. I'll copy their abilities and use them against the next." Just then, Several doors opened around them and all 9 Valkyries match out and stand before the significantly shorter Mega Man. He looks up at the cold female droids with a smug yet ready expression, only for all of them to turn their hallowed eyes red, spread their wings, and take out giant staffs that turn into sides made of light. Mega Man and Rush digress from this sight, and the boy admits, "I don't think I can copy that." Then the robot for your women all jumped into the air and converged down on the boy. In a flash, Rush and Mega Man fuse, and the new robot rushes before the Valkyries in a duel to the end. Light heard the familiar sound of rocket boots rappelling down a fast descent and smiled without turning around to meet the familiar face of his greatest creation. He knew he was there and knew he had succeeded. He could even hear Roll running to meet her brother. So without turning, he asked, Rock my boy, how did things go with Dash Dot? Only for his question to stop as he heard Roll scream and yell while running. Behind Light, you're not Mega Man. Who are you? Light turned around only to see a robot that looked like a human woman, but without any of the cosmetic features Light put in to make them more appealing to the human eye. She was cold, metallic, devoid of color and warmth, a turning machine made to look human and nothing else. Was this thing sent by Wily to kill him? It sure looked like it could do murder with no hesitation, and with the helmet that made it look both intimidating and devoid of expression, it sold it even harder. Suddenly the robot spoke and answered Roll's question. You are correct in your assumption. I am indeed not Mega Man, for I am the 9th Valkyrie model, named Sigrun. I bring a message from my creators, Dr. Izuku Midoriya and Professor Egon Cristallo. Sigrun walked up to the hesitant doctor and robot girl, only to open her palm where a small glass half-orb stuck out. Then the glass glowed and a hologram appeared on her hand, projecting both Izuku and Egon. Light looked into the hologram as a recording played out for him. Dr. Thomas Light, if you're hearing this message, then that means our defense droid Sigrun has located your place of residence and introduced us. Egon began. So we'll just cut to the chase. We were quite surprised when you sent your killer Andraud after us, and even more so by how easily he lost. What with all of Albert's bluster? Izuku continued and took the conversation from there. Albert, Light said aloud, confused by such forward honorifics. Now there is no doubt in his mind that these people were in cahoots with the Mad Doctor. But don't worry, your robot kid and his dog are safe. Just in pieces. Izuku explained with a shrug. What? The old man yelled back with Roll. Just come pick them up at our new facility. If need be, Sigrun will guide you. Have a nice day. Izuku finished off as the recording ended, leaving the old man and young robot girl with the cold robot before them. CH-76, let's talk it out. Light walked up to the impressive new research facility spread out in every direction before his eyes. In any other situation, he'd be in awe and wonder, chomping at the bit to get just a peek inside the place and see all it had to offer. But this wasn't a leisurely trip. He had been forced here to negotiate, and he only hoped he could succeed. Before he could knock on the doors of the building, the 2 automatic sliding glass doors opened to reveal Izuku and Egon standing behind them. Good to see you have come, Doctor. Egon greeted him. Light took a calming breath as he offered straight off the bat. I'll give you whatever you want if you give him back to me. Egon put a finger to his chin and began to say, Well, I do have an unusual act for some salami and dash dot. Egon, Izuku scolded him. Egon dropped it quickly and argued back. Okay. Geez, let me have my fun. Why don't YA? After pushing his hair back, he told the old man, Well, give you your kid and his pet if you simply come and sit down. Light raised an eyebrow at this, and he was brought into the building where he was. Brought into a seemingly empty yet well-lit room. The only thing inside was a long table, some chairs, and his old adversity sitting across from at the far end. Both scientists met their eyes and sneered at one another. Once inside, he was set before a chair at the opposite end of Wily, where the 2 glared daggers at each other. Wily, Light greeted with a groan. Light, Wily greeted with a hiss. Tension. Izuku side-mouthed to Egon, who nodded quietly. Wily grunts a chuckle and says, I see your droid is just as useless as he always is. He is not useless, and you know it, Light argued while pounding the table. All right, that's enough out of you two, Egon yells at both old men, causing them to shut up. After he took a deep breath, he addressed both and told them, It's clear. You both have a lot of pent-up aggression towards one another and not the sexual kind, so why don't we get it all out in the open before we open another can of worms? Or worse, start a war, Izuku adds. A bit late on that front, Wiley murmured under his breath. Egon nods with Izuku and says, exactly. So why don't we just try and find a middle ground or the closest thing to one? Lights groans a sigh and begins. Fine, I'll start. Albert Wiley is a narcissistic, cold-blooded, egotistical maniac who has no regard for human life. And that's just some of my good points. Wiley shoots back with an egotistical smile. Attack mark appeared above Light's head as he said back with a forced smile. Did I also mention how insanely insurable he is? Before things could escalate any further, Egon raised his voice and shouted, okay, quiet down, Thomas Light. Let's start with you, Albert. Well, if I had to sum it all up, I'd have to say that, Wiley stated as he stroked his chin before slamming the table and yelled at Light. The only reason I'm like this is because of you. Light looked offended by the comment before he pointed to himself and exclaimed, me? I've never done anything to you. You're the one who tried to take over the world. You did. Both Izuku and Egon exclaimed while looking at the other old man. Only once, Wiley argued back. Once, Light shot back. Okay, a couple of times. But I still failed, didn't I? Wiley waved off the accusation before turning to the two scientists and asking them, and besides, you didn't know about that. No. Care to explain? They both asked again in unison. Wiley groaned and told them, what's there to explain? I made a robot factory. Made a bunch of bots, hijacked some of Light's civil servant robots, and tried to take over the world. Then Mega Brat came along and destroyed everything. And it's still your fault. Light rolls his eyes at the blame and says sarcastically, oh yes, of course. It all makes sense how I forced you into attempted world domination. You did, Wiley argued back. Enough, Izuku yelled, causing the two men to shut up as the teen rubbed his eyes under his glasses before telling them, okay, you two have some kind of misunderstanding between one another. Dr. Light says he never did anything to you, and yet Dr. Wiley says you did. Let's hear Albert's reasoning as to why he feels that. To this, both men nod in agreement. Before I do that, how's about a trip down memory lane? Wiley offered as he hopped off his chair and walked to where Light was sitting, walking about the room as if reminiscent and telling him, you remember college, don't you? Thomas. Light said nothing in return, so Wiley continued. You got in on recommendations and 12 different scholarships. You were the son of the late and great Dr. Illumination, he explained with fake gusto. Dr. Illumination. But your surname is Light. Izuku questions. Long story, Light tells him. Wiley coughs to gain their attention, then says, as I was saying, you had everything given to you in life and didn't have to break a sweat getting in. While I had to bust my hump with no recommendations or money. I had to skim the covers of textbook after textbook, sleepless night after night, until I finally aced that entrance exam and walked in feeling like I had made something of myself. Wiley spoke of all this with a seemingly youthful glitter of joy in his eye, only for it to die as he tightened his hands into fists and said in a sour tone, but then you came along and ruined everything. Everyone wanted to be around the prodigy. I couldn't make any friends, and my roommate won't stop squawking about you every single night. Thomas this and Thomas that. Blah, blah, blah. That's all I ever heard. I assumed that you, being a spoiled rich kid, would drop out within a month. Or accomplish nothing. Trying to coast through everything as I saw you did. After saying this with a hopeful tone, Wiley became extremely angry, grabbing at his hair as he yelled, you are GH. But you didn't. You took to it like a fish to water. I made just as many accomplishments as you, if not more, but you always took the spotlight every chance I could even get a glimmer. You'd somehow take the last meatball sub at lunch, you threw those loud parties and kept me up at night, and you even asked out the girl I liked, even though you knew I liked her. And to make matters even worse, when graduation came around, you did that god-awful speech. For so long that instead of going up to receive my diploma in front of so many strangers who wanted to congratulate me, I had to be handed it after the fact since you couldn't help yourself from keeping that gaping maw you call a mouth shut. Wiley ranted off in the face of the old doctor, breathing heavily. Wiley punched the table behind Light and demanded, "When was my time to be recognized? Where were my congratulations and good job? My slap on the back or anything?" Wiley walked away from him, looking at the floor while Light looked on in shock. "I mean, I did amazing things in my time. I made a highly advanced AI. From the ground up, I created robots with bodily movement on a 1:1 scale of humans, and I made a robot making a factory machine the size of a car garage. For Pete's sake, I made a robo-me that was so convincing that no one could tell the difference." "So that's how you made so many robots in such a short time," Egon stated aloud. "That's amazing," Izuku also stated aloud, making Wiley smile to himself at the praise. Light just sat there unable to move or speak in return for what he heard. So the only thing he could do was mouth out apathic, "Wiley, I'm so sorry. I had no idea. Not a clue about any of that. Could you ever forgive me?" Wiley turned his head to the man, and thinking about it he listed off, "For ruining my life and having me hounded every chance my head pops up with your pet android. Yeah, I don't think so." Seeing that these two would need more than a mock couple's counseling, Egon decided to end things here for now, seeing as progress was made nonetheless. So, he stepped in between the two men and told Dr. Light, "Well, I'm glad you two have finally reached a breaking point. Now I'm sure you two will have lots to talk about later, but for now, let's get your kid and you can get out." Light stood up and walked with the two scientists as Wiley stated behind. Light looked back once more and saw his old rival sitting at the table one more, and looking solemnly down at it, making the old man sigh sadly to himself before leaving. He was then brought to the robotics division where Hatsune was standing around something on a table. When Light came close to the table he saw the severed remains of Mega Man and Rush. The two robots looked like they had been cut apart in a cartoony manner. Their arms, legs, and heads had been removed from their torso and laid about in several different pieces with excess over their eyes, only for Izuku to rub them off, showing they had been drawn on, and Egon to glare at a giggling Hatsune. "Ah, Mega Man, Rush," Light exclaimed while running up to the disassembled robots where he demanded, "What did you do to him?" "He attacked and we defended." "Pretty simple," Egon said flatly. "Not simple. He's in pieces," Light exclaimed back. "And somehow still alive," Hatsune stated while looking at a device that appeared to be reading the vital signs of both robots. Dr. Light looked confused for a second before realizing, "What? Oh, wait. I added that feature years ago. Phew, good thinking on that one. Well, we'll put him back together and you can bring him home," Izuku told him, as several mechanical arms descended from the ceiling and began to quickly and efficiently reassemble the two robots. As the machines reassembled the robot, Izuku turned to Light and asked him, "You're gonna explain everything to him, right?" Light nods and says with a heavy heart, "Of course I will. Things have changed. But I know this will just be awful for Rock. He loved to play savior." Izuku thought it over for a bet before offering to the doctor, "You know you could always register him as a hero," an offer that Light liked the sound of. CH-77, Experiment Log, Resurrection Fragment. Top Secret. This is Dr. Albert Wiley reporting from the Do I Have to Say It? UCK. Fine. From the Neo Icon Phoenix Research Facility. Okay, we seriously need a new name. What do you mean, non-negotiable? That's bullcrap, and of course, I'm going to bring it up with Egon. As I was saying, I am Dr. Wiley performing a top-secret experiment with Dr. Izuku, my teenage superior. Together we will be testing all the ins and outs regarding the, resurrection fragment. Wait, what the hell is a fragment? Bottom text. Oh, here it is. A fragment is what happens when a direct piece of the singularity soul, and not a splinter containing its energy, absorbs something. But not just a part of it, something in its whole entirety. For instance, when a quirk is placed into it, it can copy a quirk so perfectly that it can replicate it on a 1:1 scale, or awaken it to a point where it has already been perfected. For example, if we were to have a splinter and a fragment with the same quirk, a fire-based one, then the splinters could allow a person to shoot fireballs while the fragment could allow a person to control fire to any magnitude they desire. That is the difference. The fragment we are working with contains the quirk known as resurrection, and, as the name implies, it can bring anyone or thing back from the dead with a single touch and heal them back to perfect condition as if they never got hurt at all. However, this effect doesn't happen on things that are still alive. We shall now begin the first round of experiments. In this test, we will be using plants. 1/3 are dead while the second third are wilted and the third 1/3 is alive. We will be back with the results. Upon testing, we came to the obvious conclusion on all of them. As I had stated before, if something is alive, no matter the state of alive it is in, the fragment does not affect it whatsoever. So the first 2/3 of experimental plants remain the same. The dead ones, unsurprisingly, revived as if nothing had happened to them. They show no adverse signs from being brought back, and even after extensive dissection, the plants appear completely normal to those who were brought back. Perhaps it is time to use more advanced life forms to get actual data. I will return when things are set up. We have finally set up the next round of control tests, but this time we are using something much more complex and just as manageable in case of a containment breach. This next year will be done on Japanese ants. We will test the fragments power on 4 separate groups. Each of these groups has died in different manners, so we can actively observe what different conditions may bring. The first group died simply due to their minuscule lifespan. The second group died of starvation. The third was exposed to pesticides. The final group died due to a parasitic fungus. We will revive all 4 and see how they act. I will return when all avenues have been thoroughly observed. I must say that was perhaps the most unusual turn of events I had seen unfold in the natural world, and I'm a robotic major for Pete's sake. Anyway, after bringing all 4 groups of ants back from the dead, the following had been observed. The ones who died of old age didn't come back from the dead, leading us to speculate that if a creature has died due to its natural body being unable to keep up with mandatory functionality, it will not revive. The second group that died of malnutrition revived with ease but acted strangely, almost as if they were a cow with no one behind the wheel. When a queen was introduced, the ants acted as they normally did. However, unlike their natural kin, they didn't stop to rest, drink, or eat. They worked and worked until they died. Again, it's almost as if there was nothing in their bodies to keep them from stopping, besides the queen's pheromones. But she's not gonna completely dictate a few amongst the many. The third group that died of pesticides could release the same chemical compound from their bodies. Unlike the others, they didn't display any secondary control and moved on their own, yet aimlessly. It's strange. They still listen to the queen's orders, but we're much more aggressive. Perhaps they can be used as sleeper agents in infestation to kill the nest, or even be used to exterminate nests of fire ants. The most striking thing observed is their lifespan or lack of it. They only live a few hours upon revival. The fourth group that died from the parasitic fungus became what I could only describe as zombies. The ants weren't the only ones revived, but so too were the fungi that killed them. The 2 organisms merged, and from it came a monster. A tiny monster, but a monster no less. They don't listen to any queen or any external pheromonal signal. They just find whatever isn't affected and spread the spores. Luckily, they can still be killed through the use of force or fire. Fire is preferable. I guess I broke the one rule Egon gave me. No zombies. Luckily, they are small and manageable. In addition to this, when the zombie ants broke into the pesticide ants' enclosure, the 2 engaged in a quasi-war, where the victor, surprisingly, was the zombie ants. When one of the other ants fell, the spores turned their new corpses into zombies, making them immune to the pesticide. I'd hate to see these things find a way to infect creatures larger than them. So the only sane thing to do is completely neutralize the room of any organic matter. After me and Dr. Izuku compared notes, we both asked the same question. What would happen if we did it sooner? As in, what would happen if we revived the ants when they had been dead only a little while? Much like the other subject brought back. All of them had been brought back within a few minutes to hours of death. And so that's what we did. We set up the same experiment, this time without the ants that died of natural causes. When this happened, neither of the ants infected with the parasitic fungus, nor the ones killed by the pesticide showed the same results as the first. After comparing notes and brainstorming, the only conclusion we could come up with was the freshness of their bodies. When something dies, it has a spoil timer before the body must be resurrected in That time frame before adverse effects take over. If not, then whatever killed them. In the first place may, for lack of better terms, marinate the body, making it so that the healing properties don't take them away, but meld them with the body involved, leading to the fungi gaining more sentience and piloting the ants' bodies like a living mech for the sole purpose of spreading. It also explains the pesticide ants gaining a something equivalent quirk, even though it wasn't one. Our next step was finding out what the spoil timer was. For this next round of experiments, we will be conducting a full-scale investigation on the spoil timer on a body before it becomes infused with what killed it. We have 7 groups of ants, all of which have died from pesticides, and all of them on different days. We will return when we find out the results of the test. As it turns out, the spoil timer for a dead body is no more than 3 days. After that, the ants from days 4 to 11 all turned into the pesticide drones. At least, we know in case of emergency. I'm sure Egon will be glad to hear about this discovery. Our next round of tests will have to be bigger things. With permission from Egon, we have procured our next set of experiments and have been granted access to the underground portion of the facility for such experiments. Our next step in discovering the resurrection quirk is by using bone and bodies. Our first set of tests will be done using rats. Then we will be attempting to use the bones of dinosaurs to finish up to see the results on larger animals. I will be back when we have the results on the rats. We have concluded our research on the resurrected rats, and these are our findings. Much like the ants, the rats also act like nothing is controlling them. They move, breathe, and stand, but need help with just about everything else. Eating, drinking, not running into or off something. In addition, they have no color behind their eyes, as if they are blind, and they sure do act like it. But we've concluded they can still see. Just like the ants, if they aren't revived in 3 days, they too will merge with whatever killed them and won't come back if it was from natural causes. However, something interesting did happen when testing different parts of the animals. As it turns out, if you use something as small as a bone fragment or blood, something can be completely rebuilt and revived from it. The only downside, or should I say equalizer, is that when something from a dead body is rebuilt and brought back to life, the leftover body can't be brought back. In simpler terms, if I were to die and take my rib out and use it on the fragment, an entire new body would be grown and brought back to life. But if the fragment was used on my original body, nothing would happen and it would just be a dead body, missing a rib. So I guess we can't just make an infinite number of clones. Any creatures brought back in this way turn out like the mindless other revivals. This then brought up a theory from Dr. Izuku, who said something so crazy that, after much thought, I began to believe it myself. He theorized that the reason these late revivals act mindless is because they lack a soul. In waiting so long, we missed the window of opportunity to heal the body enough for the soul to re-inhabit it. He also pondered that maybe the resurrection fragment makes a false soul for the body when the time frame is up. That's why they might move but have no character. This alone has confirmed the existence of the soul in a body. The only question is, if a creature can truly live without its soul, can it be given a new one from an already existing creature, or can a soul be created and placed into the soulless body? What? No, I'm not thinking ahead. Just out loud. Of course, I'm not gonna try something like that. I couldn't even hide Mono from you. What makes you think I can hide creating a soul? Anyway, from here we will be using the bone fragments of various extinct animals to see the results of something dead for a long time. We have begun the experiments on fossilized bones, and I have to say that things took a strange yet familiar turn in our findings. Firstly, we used the acquired fossilize of several extinct species from all eras of the time. We brought back a woolly mammoth, a saber-toothed cat, a giant ground sloth, a woolly rhino, a ptera bird, a velociraptor, a utahraptor, a triceratops, a stegosaurus, a tyrannosaurus, a pteranodon, a microraptor, and a Magiosaurus. Much like the other animals, we were able to bring them all back to a full body from just a fossilized bone fragment. And just like the others, they all came back without souls. The only difference is that none of them came back fused with whatever outside force killed them. Several of the creatures died of some kind of disease, but none of them showed signs of it. Our only guess is that a body must be dead for long enough to the point that any outside force that harmed them, aka disease and the like, is rendered redundant. It also makes me think if we took a bone from an infected body, cleaned it up, and then brought it back, would it still fuse with the cause, or would it be just another soulless body? An experiment for another day. After this, we did what we had to do and terminated all the revived animals. There was no way Egon would want to provide for animals that can't even eat on their own, let alone know exactly how to even begin trying to meet their dietary needs. The only ones we kept were the 2 velociraptors at the request of Dr. Genus, for which I have no clue. When we were going to start another round of tests, we found something surprising. Amongst the fossilized bone fragments, one of them belonged to a Neanderthal. We only realized this when we revive it. Although Egon's instructions on reviving human bodies were clear, which was not to do it at all, we couldn't have foreseen that the bone fragment we acquired had a misplaced one. Though, in hindsight, I'm rather glad that it was misplaced there, since it revealed something else about the resurrection quirk's abilities. When the Neanderthal came back from the dead, it didn't act like all the other animals did. It made sounds and was quite aware of its surroundings. It could act and respond to outside stimuli, though it still had colorless eyes like the other soulless creatures. However, instead of acting like a primitive human, it acted more like an animal. This led us to want to study the creature's brain to find the source. So the Neanderthal was terminated by one of our droids. Once we extracted the brain, we saw how it had a far less developed brain than what was supposed to be normal. To put it into simpler terms, it had receded to monkey. It is most likely what happened to the other creature. Since they were so underdeveloped in their evolution, their minds had been reduced to a far more primitive state, one that lacked any higher function. Due to the Neanderthals' higher brain function, it only reduced to a more animalistic function. Perhaps if a soul was introduced into any soulless being, its normal brain functions would return. Once again, Dr. Izuku, thinking out loud. Just because I tried to take over the one once, 5 times, doesn't mean I don't learn. After this, Dr. Genus told us what he wanted with the 2 velociraptors, and he asked us to try and breed them. A thought that never crossed our minds when testing. What would happen if we bred 2 soulless beings? So that's what we'll do next. Luckily for us, we have a male and a female. We will return with the results. As it turns out, 2 soulless beings can breed and reproduce, though with great effort from an outside force. After a successful egg laying from the female, we're worried as to what would come out, only to use one of Dr. Genus's many spices flourishing splinters to speed the process up. Much to our surprise and great relief of everyone, the babies born did have souls, and after much more like the wild animals, they were brought back. And to the surprise of no one besides Genus, they acted like wild predatory animals instead of flighty birds. From here, Genus took the new adult raptors for some kind of experiment that was greenlit by Egon, and we disposed of the 2 soulless parents. To that end, I believe I can safely say that we have exhausted any and every avenue in discovering how the resurrection quirks works. I sincerely hope everything Egon wants, but I have to admit I now see his sentiment about his begrudging attitude towards its use. Such power truly is tantalized and forbidden. In the wrong or untrained hands, it could surely remake or break the world, especially about the zombies. This is Dr. Albert Wiley signing off. CH78, Experiment Log, Dragon Ecology. This is Dr. Izuku Midoriya reporting on Pacifica alongside Dr. Anima. Genus to document the new spices that have sprouted up and populated the island. These creatures are known as Draconian Dominatus, more commonly referred to as dragons. 2 very distinct families of dragons exist on the island, known simply as lesser and greater dragons. This log will be an in-depth analysis of the genealogy of every current existing dragon on the island, ranging from the high mountain tops to the deepest part of the oceans. He and Anima have been outfitted in the field with a new splinter of his design, the Let Me Pass splinter, another name that I didn't consent to. Anyway, this splinter will allow us to get up close and personal with any dragon on the island without risk of provocation. They act much like the good boy splinter, but without the permanent domestication part. They'll just allow us to get close while remaining completely wild. I'll first be covering the lesser dragons. Before going on to the greater dragons, as you'll see why in a minute. Lesser dragon known for their comparatively smaller size to their greater cousins, with the largest members of this family being the size of a giraffe. They make up the most diverse range of dragons. All lesser dragons have features that are extremely similar to one another with few exceptions, and only the largest members can breathe fire. Micro dragons. As the name implies, these dragons are the smallest of their kind, with the smallest ones being only the size of a hummingbird and the largest being the size of a large exotic parrot. They make up the most populated type of dragons, with over 50 species discovered so far and can be found in every area of the island, except the Antarctic mountains. All micro-dragons have similar behavior, appearance, and diet. These dragons don't look like your typical dragons, as they appear more like small lizards with wings. They don't have horns of any kind on their head but support a crest of spikes that run the length of their bodies. They have 2 wings, 2 legs, large eyes, and zygodactyl feet. The males of every species have bright scales and loud calls, while the females are dull in color and quiet. Due to their size and dietary choices are small, yet their options are vast. They are naturally omnivorous and will eat anything smaller, slower, or can catch like small fish, insects, rodents, fruit, nuts, flowers, berries, eggs, honey, and even other dragons. That's right, it's a dragon-eat-dragon world out there. As far as defense goes, they can make use of their small size to fly faster and turn tighter than any flying creature, in addition to their needle teeth. Sea dragons. As the name says, these dragons stick primarily to the water and exclusively in the waters of the open ocean. They are long and slender and appear more like snakes than dragons, with modified limbs made into flippers. They have distinct markings on their top and back for camouflage. They are completely carnivorous and will eat anything they can wrap up in their body. Fish, dolphins, small whales, seals, and mermaids. They used an organ on their nose to detect electrical frequencies in the water to find prey, and because of their fully aquatic lifestyle, they could not breathe fire. Instead, they have a very potent venom that can cause paralysis. Amongst all dragons, these are the least popular species, with only one notable specimen called the Tiamat, known for growing as long as a bus and penchant for biting the neck of its victims to inject venom directly to the esophagus or gills and cause the prey to suffocate. The dragon will take it to the surface to consume or use bait for other creatures. One notable specimen was able to collect over 3 dozen different carcasses of different animals on the surface. Earth dragons. Drakes. These dragons are known for their terrestrial lifestyle, possessing 4 legs and no wings at all. They have tough and durable, sometimes armored, scales and a ravenous appetite. Like nearly all dragons on the island, they are completely carnivorous. They are the second smallest group of dragons on the island, with only 3 distinct specimens: cavern spitters, mountain backs, and red races. From here I'll go over all 3 in depth. Cavern spitters appeared and acted much like modern-day Komodo dragons, except for their color, which is used to blend into their natural environment. They live primarily in the desert in large outcroppings of rock. They use their large claws to dig out nests for them to rest in and lay in wait. These dragons are large, lethargic, and slow, making catching prey a taxing ordeal. So they use ambush tactics and small bursts of speed with their huge bodies to take prey. These dragons have a fire breath, but it's not very powerful and acts more like a spraying squirt gun of fire, hence their name. Mostly used in self-defense, cooking meat, and extra heat elimination. One crucial aspect of their survival is their extremely slow metabolism. Once they have a good meal in them, they can go weeks without another bite. In addition, they can go into hibernate sleep, doubling their meal ticket. Mountain backs are the largest of the earth dragons, standing as tall as an elephant with the temperament of a hippo. They are extremely territorial and will attack anything in sight. They are covered in very dense and thick osteoderms that look like they are made of stone, with a particular collection at the center of their back giving them their name. They live in and near mountains or deep gorges, and always colored like the surrounding rock. They spend their day digging tunnels or patrolling their turf. They have short faces with blunt teeth and forward-facing eyes. Their diet consists of mineral-rich stones, cave-dwelling creatures, and giant spiders that can do nothing to pierce their armor, trap them in webs, or use their Exoskeleton for defense. One unusual feature that they possess is the ability to curl into a ball and then roll at a speed reaching 15 miles per hour. How they can do this and not get dizzy while also knowing when to turn or stop or even where to go is currently unknown. Despite their large size, they do their best to not pick fights with other fire-breathing dragons. Despite their seemingly impervious defense, their skin is quite flammable, leading them to act more aggressively in the face of perceived danger. Red races are an oddity amongst earth dragons since they are extremely fast, able to outrun the fastest horse alive. They get their name from the males, possessing a red stripe that runs on the side of their bodies, running from the face to the tail. They have fit, upright, streamlined bodies and very short, thin horns that arch the back of their skull. They use their speed to outpace prey alongside their incredible pack mentality. Red races are highly intelligent and form strong family bonds. They too can breathe fire, though it only comes out as a puff of black smoke and embers. However, they are the only earth dragons that use their fire breath all the time, even just for fun. WYRMS. Contrary to the name, it is not spelled wrong or looks like the subterranean insect. Instead, they appear as snakes with horns and no wings, and about 2 species possess vestigial legs. All of them possess the same sensory organ in their mouth to distinguish their surroundings, and a clear lens that goes over their eyes, giving them the ability to not blink. All WYRMS are venomous, with the most potent venom that's so potent and powerful that it makes the injected feel as though their skin is on fire. Only 2 species can breathe fire within the 8 already known. All of them are cold-blooded, carnivorous, and able to go weeks without another meal after eating. The most notable member of the WYRMS are the Hydra. Much like their mythological counterpart, they can possess between 7 or 9 heads. What use this is for survival is currently unknown, though unlike the stories, the Hydra cannot regrow heads once they are removed. The heads of a Hydra usually fight and rip one another off, leaving anywhere from 3 to 1 head once adulthood is reached. Though their venom is the most powerful amongst all the WYRMS, even its breath smells toxic. Wyverns. These dragons appear as they do in many modern-day depictions of dragons in the media. 2 wings and 2 legs with a set of horns, an upright posture, and appearing reptilian, but not. There are well over 28 different species of these kinds of dragon, with almost all of them appearing vastly different from one another. All dragons in this category are omnivores, able to eat anything they can catch or fit into their mouth. The 2 most common appearances of these creatures can be split into 2 categories: griffins and reptilians. Griffins, which should not be confused with the griffins on the island, appear more like birds with large and varying beak styles and specialized feathers that are more similar to the scales on a pangolin, and nearly all of them are either venomous or toxic, with only a small handful able to breathe fire. Reptilians appear like the media depicted, but, unlike the media, they are not huge or breathe fire. Only one of these subsection species can breathe fire, while the rest are venomous. True dragon. These dragons are the truest to their many depictions throughout history: huge beasts with mighty wings to carry them through the air, and the ability to breathe powerful fire. But they are far different in their appearance from the usual 4 legs and 2 wings. They appear more like the media version of dragons, with 2 legs and 2 wings, with a reptilian appearance and horns and an upright posture, along with specialized feather-like scales similar to the scales on pangolins. These dragons are the least populous of all dragons, with only a few dozen individuals in each subclave and 4 known species, making them the 3rd largest group of dragons on the island. The 4 members of this species are the aquatic dracolisks, the serpentine dragon, the denwen, and the mountain devil, all of which I will go in depth about. Aquatic dracolisks are the only true dragon that spends the most time in and around the water. They are perfectly adapted to swimming with their dorsal fins, webbed feet, and paddle tails, yet can still fly and breathe fire. They stand as the 2nd tallest true dragon and have the temperament of hippos and a diet that is almost exclusively for fish. After catching the fish in their mouth, they swallow them whole and alive while keeping them in a super stretching yet durable gizzard. Once the gizzard is full, they go into the land and regurgitate them before setting them aflame. They live and nest along the wetlands and mangrove forests and possess the longest lifespan of all true dragons. The Sperpinton dragon has a very misleading name in that they look nothing like snakes, but instead bear a striking resemblance to the many depictions of Chinese and Japanese dragons of old myth. They have the same body plan that all other true dragons possess, standing as the second smallest true dragon, and possess horns and whiskers that resemble the depictions of the old myths, with many of them having a diverse range of colors from emerald green to gold. When mating season is upon them, these dragons will congregate in openings within thick, overgrown forests and produce a booming call similar to thunder in order to attack females. They even possess the ability to shoot long-range fireballs of varying colors depending on their diet, since the majority of them are omnivores. The Denwen is the smallest of the true dragons, standing at only 6 feet tall with a 10-foot wingspan, gold and rust-brown coloring, a ridge of muscle along their neck that they can expand like that of a cobra for displays of threat, and even a snake-like head, living in a near deserts alongside rocky outcropping bordering along canyons and fertile desert land, and possessing the hottest fire of any true dragon. Their fire is so hot that not only can they fire it for the longest, but also it can burn something right down to the bone. In addition, they can use their forked tongue in order to produce spinning flame jets. The mountain devil is the largest true dragon, bar none, and even outsizes some greater dragons. They are so big that they can look an adult giraffe in the eyes. Their heads look like many modern directions dragons alongside the feather-like scales with equally powerful fire breath. They are all gray in color, with males supporting wildly different colored markings alongside their faces, eyes, and wings. Despite their massive size, they are easily able to fly, aided by a special set of organs that act like balloons and hold the ammunition for the dragon's breath. They live around mountains and open valleys, preying on anything large from the sky with dive-bombing attack patterns and a finishing fire breath. Anything too slow to outrun the flying beats will be chased on foot. The only explanation I could get from this is the fact they may light the thrill of the hunt. Now, with all lesser dragons covered, we will go over the far fewer but equally impressive greater dragons. Greater dragons, known for their much larger and sometimes stockier builds, make up the smallest yet most powerful group of dragons on the island, with nearly all of them able to breathe fire in some capacity or some other unnatural form of self-defense. Every dragon in this group doesn't fall into a specific order like the lesser dragons, but instead is distinguished by individual species, and in addition, they all have drastically different features from one another. Scarlet Lasher. This red beast lays in open areas where they construct nests made of branches, bones, and corpses. Males are smaller than females but a much brighter shade of red. They produce a horrible screeching sound and an even more horrible fire breath that has a distinct pungent odor. They get their name from their long, sharp, and serrated tail that makes up for nearly half the dragon's body length, and is able to generate heat at the tip, allowing them to cleave through creatures like butter. Sickle mouth. These usually small dragons are known for 3 things: their inability to fly, their lack of a breath weapon, and the strange growth protruding from their lower jaw that acts like a sword. Although they can't fly, they have skin flaps under their limbs, allowing them to glide, which they don't do very often in their native habitat, lacking any sort of high ground or objects. As for their chin sword, it is accompanied by an armored faceplate that is used when fighting one another. In fact, relying on their sword is so great that they have perfected the use of it and have skills similar to that of the most skilled sword fighters. Wailing Bishop. These dragons are also known as the Killer Carriers, thanks in large part to their ability to vocalize many frequencies and their layered scale that can vibrate and add a synthetic hum to their tune. These silver-scaled beasts live in the deserts where they skim the sand for food, hiding beneath the dunes. Since they skim the sand, they end up eating much of it and end up having to throw it back up, not possessing a fire breath, but still possessing an internal heating system within the gut. They turn the glass into a goop that mixes with their stomach acids and, when ejected, becomes black glass. They use this glass for building warm nests during the night, incubating their eggs, and even for self-defense. Tasseled Thundermaw. These large dragons live by shorelines and ocean cliff sides where they use their long and writhing tail, which are 3 times the length of their body, as a finishing lure. When something grabs hold of it, the overlapping scales will hold the prey as the tail begins to wrap it around its length. It is then pulled from the water and given a short yet strong electrical shock from the tassel. Whiskers under its chin thanks to specialized cells found within an organ around its neck and jaw. They are colored and have other features like ocean fish but never go swimming and possess a large chin with an overgrown underbite. It's unknown if they have a breath attack at all. Gaping killneck. These ugly dragons look like scrawny and withered bags of scales and bones with protruding misshapen teeth rather than a deadly predator. But don't let that fool you. They have the most powerful and hottest fire breath in the whole greater dragons category. They can spread their jaws like a snake and produce a fire so intense, hot, and constant that anyone foolish enough to be in range, which is about 100 feet, will find themselves unable to leave the torrent of flames. They nest in tall, thick redwood trees where their fire-breathing becomes much more lax when they have chicks. Black blister whip. These insane beasts have the most unusual appearance and self-defense measures amongst all greater dragons. They look like someone had tried to draw a dragon as a bird but gave up halfway and even possessed the flighty and crazy nature of barnfowl. Their tails are long with a rounded bulb at the end, and many large exaggerated paws running the length of it. When stressed, these paws will produce a foul green liquid that the dragon will swing around wildly. Once an area is covered, they will use their pathic fire breath to ignite the liquid, causing a wall of flames to burst to life anywhere it touches. Hellbasker. These short yet stout dragons have the most unusual form of fire breath. Once they consume their prey whole and their stomachs digest everything organic, they will regulate the remnants in a flaming scattershot. They live along gulches and deep valleys where they jump and glide from one wall to another in search of food despite being perfectly capable of flying normally. Two of their favorite prey items are carven spitters and a newly introduced creature to the island, the armorhead. They make nests in cracks along the rocky walls and allow their kin to fend for themselves once hatched. Rattledread. These enormous creatures are the third largest and second bulkiest dragons on the island. They get their name thanks in great part to the manner of hollow spines that rattle when agitated or excited. Because of their massive size, these beasts require a lot of food and will bully smaller creatures away from a fresh kill or try to eat anything they can easily eat, catch, or scorch. If intimidation doesn't work, they come equipped with a specialized fire breath that acts like the fire from a volcano. However, this is only used in special cases since it eats up a lot of energy to produce. Emerald bombardier. These green dragons live in the redwood forests where they construct their large and intricate nests out of saliva. Many times over these nests become heavy and may break off a weak limb or break off smaller pieces where they will explode into a highly combustible scattershot or explosion. If a nest or area they live in becomes compromised, they can light their nests on fire and destroy them in a fiery explosion to either scare off or kill a threat. Additionally, they can launch their spit at foes and light them up. The saliva acts like kerosene gel and won't come off even after rubbing or washing it away. Veil right. These unusual dragons are the strangest I've encountered so far. They have a body plane like a bat but a very flat face with a rust-red raised nasal crest that has 6 openings. These openings are always emitting thick black smoke even when sleeping, allowing the dragon to conceal its whole body. They are solitary creatures who only come together during mating. They are known for scowling their home territory, the Mistvale Forest, for any and every manner of wild, poisonous plants. Despite what it may seem, these creatures are not omnivores and don't get any nutrients from their pants. In actuality, they use them for their main weapon, their noxious smoke breath. Each plant grants a different ability caused by the smoke: hallucinations, vertigo, paralysis, senility, closing of airways, and so much more. Hullbreaker. These hulking dragons are the bulkiest dragon on the island, the hardest, and the second largest dragon on the island. They live in the frozen flat lands where they use their enormous forelimbs to break sheets of ice to expose their favorite food, fish. Due to their enormous size, they have lost the ability to fly, but can still glide short distances with their wings. Their strength is so enormous that I once caught sight of one punching a spire of ice that was 6 feet at the base in a few blows, and all because it was in the way of a nesting site it liked. Enchanting leaf tail. I can only assume that these dragons are close relatives of the tasseled thundermoor due to their similar size, appearance, hunting strategy, and tail. Although a bit smaller than their sea-dwelling cousins, they still share the Same oversized tail that can make up for twice their body length. The tails of these beats are arranged like the tree branches of the forest they live in. The living forest is a semi-wetland biome covered in mist, giving it a mythical forest vibe, where large willow trees dangle to the nearly empty and misty forest floor, alongside self-mobile plants moving along the ground. This is where these dragons get their namesake, as their tails resemble the branches of these trees where they prey upon the many species of unicorn and other smaller plant eaters. Their tails produce a strong odor that completes the witless creature into wanting to eat. Whenever something goes to nibble their tails, the specialized leaves on them will anchor themselves to the creature before the rest of the tail binds them up, or before the dragon uses its weight to pull the creature up into the air, using a branch to aid in this like a pulley. Once the prey and the dragon are at the same level, it will use its razor-sharp wing claws to cut and slice the animal while also setting it ablaze. From there it will dangle upside down and consume the prey until it's full. It also has specialized overlapping scales that can raise to mimic the foliage. Great Kinsbane, the largest of all the greater dragons, the most brutal, and the meanest. These beasts are more like enormous flying fortresses rather than animals, with horns so huge on their heads it appear to overtake their whole face. These huge creatures have no set territory and will move from place to place as they see fit. They will nest where they please, even kicking out other animals and dragons from their nests and eating them or their food. They act so much like the dragons of European myth that I'm surprised that no external intervention was used to make them. They also possess the hostess, the most powerful, and the most diverse firepower. They can shoot streams, balls, waves, and so much more. They are truly the kings of all greater dragons. With that, I think this log covers just about every dragon on the island, and so the last thing I'll say is, transmission lost. Holy crap. I can't believe that just happened and that we just survived it. Okay. Calm down, Izuku. Phew. Okay, I'm good now. Sorry about that. Just a bit of shell shock is all. Not every day when that happens to a researcher. Oh. Right. I forgot that there is no way you can understand what I'm talking about. Well, to put it mildly, we just discovered a new dragon that nearly killed us. No pressure. Okay, so we're gonna need a bit more time to document these new species. So, yeah, I'll be back. Okay, I'm back and we just finished studying this new species of dragon. I've decided to make an entirely new subcategory just for this one due to how different it is from the other two. Henceforth it shall be called the Dragon Lord. This dragon is far larger and more powerful than any other dragon on the island besides Torch Wick, who is classified as a dragon king, with the addition of having a breath attack on the scale of something in a medieval fantasy. This single species of dragon has been aptly named the Frost Fang Tyrant or Frost Dragon if you prefer. They are many times larger than the largest dragon on the island and have the ability to fly, which seems like an impossibility for creatures of its size. They look like the typical fantasy dragon except for having blue and white scales, 3 sets of hue horns, and translucent wings. They live on the highest and coldest peaks on the island as their natural habitat. As their name implies, instead of breathing fire, they can shoot out a specialized chemical compound that when exposed to air produces ice. They use this breath attack to capture prey and then relocate to their frosty mountains to be saved and stored. Frost dragons hunt far more than they need to eat, so their territories usually look like a meat locker for when they are hungry. An interesting fact is that the frost dragons hunt smaller dragons as their main source of prey. As of currently, we have never seen a frost dragon use its breath weapon in self-defense, only hunting. They don't even use it when fighting one another, instead using their teeth, claws, tail, and wings. We have 3 possible theories for this. First, since they are so big that nothing would try to attack them as the apex predator, and even if something did try, the frost dragon still wouldn't use its breath. Second, its breath attack is a limited resource, so using it as little as possible is the best course of survival. And third, they may not even like using it in the first place. Anima tried tasting a piece of the frost dragon ice and quickly spat it out, while saying that it burned in his mouth like chemicals. One other thing I'd like to add before signing off is an odd behavior I observed in one specimen we had been following for our entire journey of documenting these new dragons. We called him Rudy. Every day at about noon, Rudy would go to the southeast direction and stare off into the distance on his icy ledge. He'd sit there for about an hour, and every 15 minutes he'd roar, after which he'd go about on his day. Me and Anima have tried our best to understand this behavior but couldn't come up with anything. The only thing in the direction, near Rudy's territory, is the border between the cold mire and the hot plate plateau. Perhaps he's trying to warm something from entertaining. We're still not sure. But ever since the dragons appeared, so too did a stretch of the savanna biome suddenly break off the mainland and turn into an island of constant volcanoes, eruptions, and lava flow. Nothing could live there, right? This is Dr. Izuku Midoriya signing off for now.